Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV.
Last year, that is January last year, we spoke about it and we were lied to. They told us initially that they were doing metal works. With time, we have all come to know how the lies have been exposed. We are not going to ask again what is happening. What we are saying is that we are demanding that it is done for us. If they are not going to do it for us, we have also sat down and thought about what we are going to do as traders. We won't sit aloof and watch things as they go down the drain. But I think they have come to realize that the citizens of Kumasi are peaceful, so they take us for granted. We are not giving timelines, now we are acting. As we said, this is the stronghold of the NPP. We were looking at them, we were counting on them to work for us. That is why we voted them into power. Unfortunately, Ashanti region is disappointed. Kumasi is disappointed. The Central Market is disappointed. Traders of the Kumasi Combined Central Markets Union is disappointed. And so we are going to act now and do what we think will please us. Now can they say and so this is the time that we are sending our actual petition to the king of the land. We have seen him rising as a leader. The kind of leader that the Ashanti kingdom wants to see is what we are seeing now. Nana has risen, seeing that things are not working in the Ashanti region. We have seen him rise to you, Kwabena. Now we are telling the Otunfo, we are seeking, appealing to him to rise and resurrect the Central Market. The MPP government has killed the Central Market. You see, Asamna Yaka, Yana
amanfo di edi agro no okohwe de Sampan aye Kumase bonia Sampan edi wo Kumase abonten so any the state Kumase ewo mu a owura beho 1st January na me wo Asante Mampon station or shops are Jomama time MC NDC MC Eshas Osia NDC Jao Asante Mampon esiwo bepemene obi amfa ne nsankan ogoka no maka kire na ba omi akoka kire mo se ono ofiri adweso ne na efiri adweso e no mo kotena ayi wale koto mbese e no mo wo no wo ho enti ono wo de agema prempe on kwasi asem me say 50-50 for no obo fada de afafo no wuntumi omame yesisala ni obapa na free bosontwe napo omame free achem obapa na free eya Asante ayi ye frere se akoto afri ye omame efri achem opapa ena efri ene bafo akoto omunim omutimu se akanfo ni ejade omudi nade so they know come from safo no ono omoka eka Asante region asem no ke omoke kan kwase asem kire wa me ma me fira Asante Mampon me papa fira ofin so ye ka so bia nkodi fia mintimi nko anywhere beyond Asante region we no mbenya ba bia fa so they come to Kumasi they stay there no ya tete omo nyina no mo use Asante region as a small screen no dia kata omo anim no mo di nkwase asem NDC Jomama AC eye Kumasi market ko ka kire ema se omunya demonstration omu naked se Jomama ni nua Ibrahim Mama gold ewo kejetia Jomama si market ni wieye no the first issue omu raise ye eyo tumfo NC ye mensia ebo saade no guye no eno mu dribika ba Jomama anwie nana na wieye 8 years now omudru ba bia Ghana for emomoni nguase eno mkosesa beams edbesese gates a Jomama yiyato eye market nase enti esuo to a na enso me ayiri ko market ni inside no mo twa video e de abekere se hwese Jomama anye market ni yie na yankoshe video no quick one the omu press conference video no at least you no be ma fair idea quick one yankoda me konko chiro ade no
se enka aha enanka MPP die ya fuma she se Asante man ni mu a MPP kwa enka enko etina ye ni se ya de abane ma MPP no abeye de echei ye obi ye no na ye ni mu se de ye ba be hu Kumase no ebe chei de aban a etwa mu no eye enso se ye nsa asifom entini ye ka ne se John Mahama waye bi pen ya husu waye bi kejetia ene ayakra behwe enti de ayasra ne se so wo mo bi de ma Asante man a ene afa ye fra no omeboa yen enkrofo ama yensa asifom a afa wo mo bi a omfa meboa Asante man maye omo mesi Kumasi dwane maye ye dwa no omo aku no ye de na hyefom enso se ye se ye besan ama na nyane ye ma na hyefom hobiem ye be medwa no nyane yasem nyina esia tu otumfo anim eya adesrade ne ede maye nana edi kan ye de aseda e ma no wa start ye bi ye hu de oye eye ye fe yɛti kumase man mu sɛ ɔde n'ani akyerɛ kɔmfo anɔkye sɛ ɔkɔsa kɔmfo anɔkye yareɛ deɛ yɛka ne sɛ sɛ asase wura etimi sɛ kɔmfo anɔkye yareɛ deɛ ɛne adwa no a yɛaka na hyɛ fam aka no agu ne so sɛ ɔwu no na betimi anyane no obetimi aboa adwadifoɔ ama na anyane yɛyɛ adwadifoɔ deɛ yɛse yɛdwa no yɛma ne nwu yɛnka nhyɛ fam yɛnka no angu so yɛma ne nyɛ sɛ deɛ kurofom ayɛ no ɛman no ɛyɛ yi a yɛpɛ ɔman no yɛ yi a ɛbɛyɛ nana fɛ enti nana ɛmfa ne nan ɛnsim na ɔntaa yɛkyi na yɛnyɛ kumase dwa ne sɛ deɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛyɛ no MPs ade ɔmo kɔɔyɛ no ɔmo antumi amoa yɛn ɛmmerɛ duru yɛ sɛ yɛhia ɔmo sɛ ɔmo boa yɛn no yɛnte wɔn nka ɔmo ama yɛ mmoa obi amfa nkyerɛmu bi ama eti sɛ nea yɛka ne sɛ asanteman afei yɛso yɛtu yɛ ho fo yɛnso yɛbɛyɛ deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ yɛyɛ nea wɔbɛboa yɛn no ne yɛde ne bɛba MP a ɔno bɛtumi aka bi ama yɛn no ɛna yɛde bɛba
catch up say Ekufuado any dream papa be about Ashanti region. They thought say we were lying. Why not? Meti microphone we achi. So Ekufuado buy and a John Mahama Bank of Ghana Hospital John Mahama a pencil almost see yes for fra. I don't have any problem with Ekufuado. Kumasi Kejetia 8 years say enka Ekufuado buy and on about me omotimi see the same thing 8 years almost be e dia ma Kumasi for why I don't think say better ha me ho Ekufuado menini mfra busua ba kum onya me hwe menini di ni fie ono so ne di mi fie me nkono ankosra hwe ono so ohia me so me hia no Ekufuado kopin say wiase be say me hia no obibia wiase I don't need him. I don't need anything from him in life. But the fact of the matter is say encrophobic trial laboni ha. Oh, me kwaka omo asemo encrophobic some reckless guys be calling themselves media practitioners. Sat here. They just want access to the presidency, to use the presidency to amass wealth. And yes, Tamils no more time, no more Tamils. The reason why they were insulting Tamils, Egbert Faber, Kwaku Baku, and those people, they were insulting Rollins, insulting Tamils, was because no more opportunity. Also, do John Mahama as well. Almost John Mahama, they are downfall. When they have access to a place, they are okay, they are fine because they use the place to amass wealth, to make money. Criminals. Those guys sitting at Laboni coffee shop. Criminals. Omo go for this criminal guy. Didn't break, and now Kumasi people they are crying. Also, John Mahama and Simon and Simon Bio. We are not supporting John Mahama simply because John Mahama is free heaven. John Mahama has his own mistakes, and also the faults. And this is a human institution. They have their faults, but the fact of the matter is compare the two. Share Mamencho market no, baby Urano no, you baby Urano no. Can you tell phase 2 no? Me the current situation. Just watch it. It's the current situation. The current situation. Maybe I am done. Make I will say a star 413 hash. See I'm just catching there. And I'm chatting them. And I must want to say 2,000, 1,000. So I'm on for 8,000. More moody I have from one month. No. And you see, I'm the phone the car. A fair to the and answer the air. Oh, dear, over friends are Amfa. Kwame, I for the idea, oh, you're from Monfano. A month for the numbers were to boogie mo. Anyway, Moon Cabin Table, that can work for that TNC. Moon Cabin Tem. All right, so start for 13 hash. Now, but. Tia baako no a kakraka no John Mahama dey say well John Mahama dey say 2-3 years 2-3 years no this year right after there one more kasa kra Tamils na see here Atanos ne see here. So my boy Atanos or MPP national chairman. 8 years. Would they just assume say Atanos ne see here? So Atanos Mahama 8 years. Look at this. 8 years. 8 years. Phase 2 went to me. Buankra went to me. Phase 2. Otunfo na no otunfo complain about airport. Phase 2. Say idea cost no enya fe. Omo ya no maso mo nkola no George Kwate no. Just to give them visa. Ba kwa nya visa Farouk nya visa kwa abrochire. No ti abrochire no otiti na bogi sim so ba beto aba. December do meto aba. No mo nzu wi abeka kromu a. E no be se abra boy din. Omo kotwitwa ayi airport no phase 2 na nim ba bia omo fix it to em na beto ye wie phase 2. Look at this. So this is the situation. This is the situation of Kumasi Kejetia. And this all ya santini na se utie me na se u follow a me si eya na omo no nyama hi se awowo no ma betra mo sinzongo aboabo Fanti New Town ene eyi na ubusa na mifiri wale na ono no ba Kumasi asem te se ono no ye Kumasi ni wo ya santini chen no no baba be kira wo say ono no ye ne nananom betra Fanti New Town 1950 enti wo ya wo sa santini ni jaya ho asem ka no no momu nkire say MPP ye me awo no omoto na ya na omo ye mabufu awo sanam dia share asantifo no but awo no so ye they do it go to Fanti New Town ubaba goto emfantifo a MPP no mo ntimu jai but o Fantini onya asantini o kan ya asantifo de ubusa busabusam a o Fantini okwa aboabo a ebi wo ho okọ nipa ne dagomani no peso o kire wo se ya wono aye Kumasi ya wono Mampon ya wono Obuase afijase enkanka ne afijase dagombafo no obi ni awa MPP awa Muhammad afijase dagombafo no ebi no o ma no den. Now that's the situation. All right, so you better zoom me quick. Ni akwa ya juma. And every Adama who will say the truth. Let's do this.
Who go say the truth? Who go say the truth? Silence. Islamic leaders, silence. Silence. Tradition, silence. Who go say? Where the movers are from physical. Now who go say the truth? Are you? I learned to my quantity again. What's my board up to one energy? But who got Nanai, won't say it, man. Now, so be a person. I just have way more. Who could draw from you, darling, ma? Who goes? If I know yet, if when you know yet, now so could you tie down a so did your back or why no cake? I feel me for the money more for halfway. The cross on my move. Ansah fue muayini. Aku control for you na darling ma. And this who go say the truth. Abaya di don't touch you. Yeah, the bee, the bottom and the bee. Touch it with your mouth, Pipinuma. With your mind over shall not fry. But who go tell the truth?
Alright, so that's the live at Accra 100.5.
Silence, even
I mean, for that, so
then who go say the truth?
Domi Omoti and Kawa Elmina.
Right is right.
On Dagbon FM, Mero Tamale.
No matter how.
I send come on the production crew. And let's come and watch it. And let's talk where we are.
You say you wanna get.
Thank you so much, Eugene Pa. We don't know Kwabena Bobie Ansah. The old soldier. The last man standing. Amanda Bomb is here. Till 6 p.m. That's how we do it. Mola, thank you so much. We are back here. George, thank you. Honorable Akwaba.
Bobie. Oh boy, Juma. Aiko.
Yeah,
very consistent over the years.
Papa,
keep it up.
You watch you.
I'm sure.
The two catch it. We hope to be Biaboko. 2024. Obika ya bonfire there, but most mona mo bonfire pa na sure ewiemu nyame be sira.
Oh, sir, 2024 no crane say ye to aba. Genuine aba. MPP be struggle to get even 40 or 45%.
Really?
I'm telling you. 2024 is for us NDC. It's ours to lose.
I see.
And your corner minimum 2024 a year there. But
we will come there.
Yes.
But question and made the picture to Facebook page. The first question will be Busam say, Papa we away.
Okay.
Everybody was say.
Okay. Say, I say your Congress.
Yes.
To Aba. Nam person me general secretary because we were a little experience kakra.
Yeah.
My campaign manager for Prof. My campaign manager for GM. My deputy general secretary. Any identity. Now party the minimum some kakra. And I near my course so 2020 no. Na me hobby. It's na me first say because of seeing Tony me who here any experience in Nanka person me this position now. Me are correcting them money, but about I was expecting some meeting kunim, but if I not me till the last day, na near sign, but no a party, no, but come into a band, and I was a retreat to Kakra, and then Yamia Dum should be a crime army. I'm in international appointment, Kakra.
Yeah,
just Center for Global Africa.
Yeah,
research in 8 countries.
Yeah,
Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa. And then the rest of the Southern African countries, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Lesotho, and Zambia.
May you're interested in this Center for Global Africa. The reason is my reading and Nema Kakra, but for the past 1 week I've been reading about it. And in fact, it's one of the issues that May say no, you're bidding couple. But Center for Global Africa, what is it?
Okay, so Center for Global Africa near Center Bia, Professor Ezra Aharon, or a Pan-Africanist.
Okay.
Now, the vision is Africans now what diaspora no, Black Americans ni all over no. Omudi omunim die, any omo resources ni omo network, ebeboa na ye page Africa. Enti science institution no, what Delaware State University say amino kase, but a link to all the historical black colleges and universities. America no. The friend historical black colleges and universities after abandoned slave trade see a lot of universities near the and a link to all those people a lot of research now African Union AU collaboration now saying sign agreement renew agreement with the AU for on good governance near there. I just say Osha, my friend say peer review mechanism, no. Center for Global Africa, no. Omudin mu akotinipa. It is this particular project, no. A proposal I try to call. Now, Mami uses this opportunity. I mean, Professor Goski Alabi, I say, because Prof. Boame pa proposal in a year draft the command, no.
Professor Alabi, Prof.
Yeah,
okay, it's
one. Yeah. Or share proposal and my ideas so they buy and then the suggestions and inputs, no. A boy, Emma, just a final proposal now the coin G2. Into a research on the challenges or the impact of election financing on democracy in Africa.
The challenges
and the impact of election financing on democracy in Africa. So what I say?
Yeah.
Africa, no, there were a lot of problems. Now, we need one of the roots problems, fundamental problems are here. Once a problem, and I see Diano, mostly you deal with the fruits, no, you know, who could trade Diana and branches, but the roots, no, it's Biana saying Fifi. This is one of the root causes of many of our problems.
When him say, Honorable Sir, and come away, ya would need. If you bear now what you need, my Facebook page have been hammering. Say, NDC, MPP, we don't need this paper policy works on fighting corruption. Munjai businessmen now moje funding free or mono. Then they come back to exploit the system.
Oh, you are.
I've been saying this. Beka
bro, Masa, yeah. Ghana, Africa, you were about 7 fundamental problems. I can't go into all that, but this one, is the biggest. And if we don't fix it, bro, what they know a structural problem, and yeah. So being a shared that create democracy in a buy no ya trans ya anwe no ho enti bibia ye beto ye democracy na yesikasam and you need money. I'm not say asema me can say bia me some naive person.
You need money.
I've run campaigns by the grace of God. You need money to run campaign. But near keka kodo o share the quantum of money every 4 years, especially incumbent governments spend on elections. Na say bi amanfo ni issue. And
this one cuts across NDC MPP.
But more important, incumbent governments, go on pressure also.
Yeah.
And now want access to resources. The money we spend every 4 years on elections, no matter you can see a can. But who are the research papers? Some so $100 million there, Masa is we above that.
Really?
And you know, you can see research, data driven. So. Near checking all those 8 African countries in Yinano at the roots of all the funny contracts in Yinano. We say, baby, and now who combine and no any heartless leadership to say Nanado DB, any greeder, any of mine best.
But baby, I'm finding it a little bit difficult. I don't know. Ghana will political culture be, and sa sikasemi pressure no free from the bamoso. Then I say musumura baby kwajibi eba because the grassroots no egumoso. Omo ni misel be MP awaye ye, ube minister awaye ye, ube DC awaye ye, and most of my lifestyle shows some way ye ampa. Because my mema typical example. Somebody anyway me body because you are here.
Oh, teacher ni na all of a sudden
minimum MPP ni bia, minimum MPP ni bia. Me ko see radio station akosomo. This guy was living with the in-law. Oba oni na wo. E ma me. E na yi ni one room e wa akosomo combine. Amano team. You understand? MPP buy ye. Now he can count about 4 houses. Ebi o voter, ebi akosomo, ebi wo Accra.
It is a problem. Now other countries etimi are managing.
But other countries no more similar problems with grassroots pressure. It is a Ghana.
I don't think so.
What checking?
Say research no never check.
Okay.
If you are near me, can research never just say me boy. But I know say me boy. So, but it's say a problem we have to face and deal with. A difficult problem. We say Africa ne Ghana na yana problems na say complex ni postpone you to share that you can want some and discuss it. A uncomfortable conversation, but we must have that uncomfortable conversation. anyes amasa ebedru baby no every 4 years be at the cost of running a campaign a co up by 100%, 200%. How long can we continue? And on mine your manufacturers can feel be a Sikebia ye use to be ano and Grover say free money. It's not free money. Ye GDP no productivity aye no and no money scanning free ba. And Grover so democracy is expensive. America they spend millions. America more military industrial complex, more automobile industry, more Hollywood, more financial sector, almost so many things are generating. Culture is different. There's a productivity to back it. A higher productivity, no way. Debt to GDP ratio over 100%. Now, in election year, then you spend and spend and spend crazy. No one can common water to drink. You color at the form. A form more matter. And I make us a cry in your Ghana, Kumasi in your Ghana, Takrade in your Ghana. When you go around this country and you see the level of poverty, here, anointed here, Masa. You have to think again.
But my problem is minia immediately and this is be we need power no. This your lyrics will change. It's either you just go to sleep, you don't talk about it again, or maybe you become an enemy to the system when you start tackling this kind of issues. There are two ways.
And you know, that's why I hear academic research. Also, we started Kaya too.
Yeah.
You saw on record over Kaya.
Yeah.
Program do University of Ghana 4 or 5 years ago. I said it in the Bay News. Then but I was looking at the bigger picture. And yeah, academic research in here the no be no bia he said near ekeka kwen eyemayana me for say ebe boa or mine you would definitely need money for elections, but other countries no mutimi putting in systems. For example, yetimi reduce the amount of money you're spending ebia number of adverts here, number of billboards near the quota be to so to say UK now your systems here the monitor near there now she cannot cut down by 50%. I'm for say ebe boa but we dey free for all. Why show you a couple be don't be from Kurobi room no
they are doing it right now.
You're very dangerous. And then Ecuador drag barons no almost called TV station live.
Yeah, almost the guns.
Yes, because they have the money. They've bought the police, they've bought and see near Keno serious you level, but if we don't control it
Papa you drew.
Ah well
you drew. Prior to 2020 elections, Penny be frame catch them and say, Opamecho, one here, Obibe Bobie Trimutu. Yeah.
Because
the only thing I'm catching and say, I'm ready.
Bro, and easy. Me and I'm not talking as if say I've run 2 campaigns. Oh.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And now, Yanomna Babe no say tan. But to be fair to them, no. And yet it's not their fault to a system be a creative. You see, an unregulated society.
Yeah.
There's no regulation, there's no system, there's no policy, there's no framework at
but Chairman, unfortunately, no politicians need to me action as of one also the moral society no in Ghana.
Maybe both sides so. A politician, I'm saying so for.
But only himself suffer almost so in this situation.
And now I know say Obi one presidential candidate at the a binum ko Israel, Eco Israel on a ticket, you know, tobacco by Madame for Parano. Now they be ana or ya mom pie more mine and your man. I'm saying Israel Kwabena. Your mom business class ticket. Some case your mom pie, my John Mama, say I'm a bono. They shall say John Mama, John, John.
A cabin,
you know, but it was said you tackle it, a person of mine call anymore. Said you also kind of, you could tackle businessmen or some money.
Yeah,
almost can on your NGO.
That mean
he has to find a way of getting this money back with interest.
Yeah,
fine. enti I was saying ye conversation. Yeah, accuse you be
no.
So there be we are not attacking the business community or the political community. A problem you inherited from the West. Democracy now is so mono. One of the drawbacks are you so much. How did Malaysia manage it? How did Singapore manage it? How did Scotland, Ireland, UK? There are systems. Even period of campaign. Our campaign is free for all 4 years. Each campaign, there's no beginning, there's no end. Can we do that? The question is, you can't say incumbent government to send another abay. You can't say okay, campaign it be a 6 months to election. Abay or follow. Or in Shas saw commission projects in the name of campaign.
Oh, the
amount of money incumbent governments use to cars, almost and cars, best so by 100. You commission project. It's from the same.
Yeah.
The money is not coming from anywhere.
It's state money.
Inti minya mresano. Before said this is something I should tackle. If this is what I'll be able to do to help the country. Why not? This is the little contribution I can also make.
And I think that this project, Mesrel, so what they make I'll be happy.
Oh no. And for the records, President Mahama is on record as candidates no more pre. He's the only one or year program our UPSA on this program. Or Kasafa. Yes,
I see.
Yes, he's been very consistent. So Oba, as part of the constitutional reforms, the share funding of political parties that are no launch a appeal no. So I say a major issue. President Mahama, because I say he was my inspiration because a very difficult decision for a politician, especially in opposition, who pays cardiac power. Now when Yasa Kukudrono, I can say this issue no meba, I'll look into it and streamline it. And he did that.
But honorable, a dumb 8 year across the world. Let me ask you this question, and I'll look into your eyes and ask you this question. Do you believe Mahama can do it?
Oh yes. Oh, absolutely. You see,
be sincere. Be honest.
Oh, bro. Oh dear. Hold on. What was that Ghana? Ya kasa he and go for kasa almost jida. Do you know the jida story?
Tell me.
I was the minister of sports, so me call office any who issues about jida. Cabinet and a President Mahama director say young formal committee near for investigating. We investigated jida ourselves. The report is there.
I see.
Yes. And jida. Now you see, how? Why should we keep? We are the ones that are investigating jida. You cancel various contracts near the you stop payments to service providers. You review the whole system. You create a source of funding
because maybe mum make available documents to your communicators.
Oh, bro, communicate that anyway. That's another story for another day. But going forward, no, some of us, there are two who say, yeah, and transibium. Now and Crawford and distorted issues. Once some of us, the facts are available to us, we'll come out and let the public know because it doesn't make sense. Say a buying or teswa. Now why your investigation and taking action? Then you turn around and accuse and blame the same government. Does this make sense?
And I'll come back to the same question. Do you believe Mahama can do it?
He showed it in Jeddah. He showed it in the national service case. So he will do it. I am clear in my mind about that. We are very clear in my mind. Your mama Oba this time no a legacy. It's about legacy. That is why I strategic choice and strategic candidate. Because you see, baby, I would do in life no. You be DNA, there's not a problem. It's about legacy.
We heard this same story from Akufo-Addo.
Oh, forget them, please. I mean, how can you even begin to compare? How do you even begin to compare this character? Please. Look at the record.
The reason why I'm asking you this question, as much as metuma by my Jomama, but I don't want to go back home feeling ashamed, like Jomama Bayer de Akufo-Addo.
No. You see, question the premise, no. A year, for example, so all the parties. That's what you are saying indirectly.
Indirectly.
That all the parties are the same. And also, unfortunately, all the parties are not the same, cannot be the same.
Why?
NDC can never be like MPP. Never. Impossible. Because first of all, no, antecedents, no, if revolution money buy. Now, we share the achievements are. I mean, when we are in power, Masa, people just take things for granted. People must hear the history of what happened to this country 1983. The state of this country, now inflation here over 150%. This is what Rawlings, the PNDC, inherited. No roads, no railway lines. BBA say, apart from that, also now you're doing for over 1 million every Nigeria buy. Cocoa farms mess, cocoa aka in room. You know, may your program be? I've started interviewing some of the senior people. Kwabena, Kwam Peprano, Penny4, and it will be on YouTube very soon. And you will hear the state of this country. Maybe who will be there, but for those who don't know, now more than a boy, it's me at the country back to its feet. My brother, how can we be the same? Now share the lifestyle. And the former MP and NDC appointees or more. We know them. We go to their houses. We see them. Massa. Look at their lives, and you tell me you can compare to these people? No way. And before we almost say or minor beyond, and we'll go into the statistics. We'll take sector by sector. Now, share because you can see a measure of economic performance. I said you, and yeah, market scheme. A global, there are systems to check performance of government. We'll go into it sector by sector. No, Bimana country me say with this performance consistently over at the Pebia or Ghana, at the Pebia in terms of infrastructure, roads, electricity, even this democracy, it came from NDC, PNDC. So you cannot compare. We have a heart to serve the people. We are true social democrats. We should be able to say we should be proud of our antecedents. The records are there. John Mahama, 3.5 years. Achievements to achieve here. When 8 years, almost 1/3. They haven't even done anything.
But let's come back to this issue. What is the problem with the NDC? Telling their own story.
I think, sir, problem no, because no, this current generation no, yenim yabakosam. And President Kufuor Ebayano, there was a deliberate, strategic attempt, say, you better denigrate the NDC. Okay, I said, judgments are cracking. So by the time they finish with the NDC will never recover. Eti Sadia no, ena MZ Hono, yan sheni ye, because now, but almost can some me tonkrofo trim. Eti Nkrofo idea about NDC in spite of but there were so many things. This very democracy constitution, fourth republic wanted by
NDC.
All the various institutions charge on why electoral commission wanted by
TUC.
It is our legacy. It's a the younger generation. Omo ko share obi na all cancer answer na said the obo nkrofo bi din wa ha eyo na say oni those facts no on fa ne ho oni that confidence no to respond and ade bia no foundation yenya weekend foundation pe na wa yemre so enti e was say yetimi ema amanfo hu the foundation said na oman sitie Ansah na ye ba ene niam a yetimi aye. Our foundation then now you look at the MPP so performance, and then you look at John Mahama's performance over 3 years, 4 months. I insist, 3 years, 4 months, and 4 years. Now, if you want to say Yanum, Sikadudu Munyaye, any near my resources are there available to them, any near more all the mess near the Yanano. Then you now tell people, so going forward, no, based on this track record, and based on Yankrofwa, you know. Any right-thinking person, including MPP, you must make sure you vote for John Mahama and the NDC. That is where I see the problem. Because and if you don't have the roots and that foundation within you, I would name for a fact. Yes, will be in a kind. I would say no. Me, I know for a fact. I experienced it. That I say. I'm in my mid-50s, so AFRC PNDC by helicopter na HM no na me gina na me. So I saw and I was a reader. It's not me kind. I followed everything. Into be any obey me bully me. You cannot bully me. Say PNDC and NDC and MPP are the same. Goodness. The difference is the difference between light and darkness.
All right, live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show, live on Elimina, Dagbon FM or Tamal, any other affiliate stations on your Facebook page, on YouTube page, and other platforms. Obati and Ka Eddie Friwo. Mame lucky as same way Ansah Medwara elections Mukakra. And now Mitio Rafifikwete, the General Secretary, will raise issues about the internal problems of the NDC, which I know you can't sit here and talk about it. But what raises very serious matter, that the NDC should be able to tell their own story. Musia mudi hun komo. If we say ebin ma beka say Musia MPP for no a omo intimidate mo.
Omo intimidate ebinum. Maybe, but he will be the only to me.
Why? I don't know to me intimidated.
Well, and I can say, it be a nipano or what current facts, no. But, sir, almost shedda, almost quite because no more can any panel any the historical antecedents now, fapim no, so on BBI fapim. Per ubos and any panel, it be no also kakra. But it's something we are working on. So it's something we are working on. Sebio, for the past a year or so, no. Menye executive party executive, so I don't know of any internal problems. Maybe he will know, so I cannot speak to that. So what I say, maybe focus. They say, akano, whatever we can all do to ensure say be too sankrofo because the worst of NDC is 10 times better than MPP. I'm very clear in my mind. And you say you focused. Nani was ye be making sure say, Master. On minor Kasan, the soul of this country is calling for change. This country cannot stand 1 more hour of MPP after 7 December or 7 January. 1 more hour.
Really?
On minor cannot contain. Actually, the country will break up. I'm telling you. A Drew Babia, the on minor, or Membia will soul. On minor, will share the way out. Say be beyond, and the only hope, and a democracy was designed in such a manner, say, tensions and basa, political tension, social tension, economic tension. The way I actually said democracy is okay, we have a transfer first 4 years, okay, we're saying your second 4 years. After a month for bread, you are not performing any idea. Nature itself, no, even Macquarie said that's the new government come, a new party come, a new president with ideas. No, so Emra and no crown more minor home, and my citizens know home, and my international community home, and my who or minor from a different perspective, and my or minor another chance. Na niatiti apansa mi. Na yesi ye jaomo, amomo atwaso. Amo atwaso aye den. The same bawumia. Obeye den. What is he coming to do? Etiminia. Nature itself and a democracy na yashishan. Eche said, this is the time people are calling for change. Even MPP for Krani, a change. Apart from Kakrebia, say be more benefiting from the system. No, we are gonna nimba panas or dome. We are look. You don't have to like NDC. You don't even have to like John Mahama. You must like Ghana and like yourself. That's what I said. Don't like NDC and you're by force. You don't have to like John Mahama. But you must like yourself and like Ghana. Now said there on my say, how long can we continue on this trajectory? There's nothing going on. Every single indicator. Master, let's I want us to have a structured discussion.
Yes, but two things. And between time yede beto aba enema mienu na ekoso nkrofo tim. One, can NDC led by Mahama refix this country within 4 years?
Absolutely. With him. We need a leader like John Mahama. The way on mine and Crofona messing it up. No. John Mahama, you be a Osha, with the president, vice president, near the 90 or war. That experience, no, right from day one, udim nyobe. So what I say, what tremu da, ena niema utimi ye within 3 years, 4 months is there for everybody to see with the resources available. I will go into that. We'll look at the numbers.
Yeah,
you know, niya available to him. Utimi achieve sector by sector. Na niya available to yanom. Aumuntimi nya. We'll look at that. Enti oba ina nya fe no oba be try makwe. Onim from day one what to do.
There's this conversation say or not distract to a pointer. There is no way.
I mean, in fact, won't be a man to be. I say, GM is like the MD of a company. Why na Juma or so company no? Why you be so? Why are the ABC and Ojai company no? Ojai company na fit the company no asenki so low. Man for say, hey, omi anko fa bro. No any time no share the records ah. Say. Sa nipa no oba from day one enya fe na oba be bisa say because onim company ni munsam onim systems and onim problems or and akwa train we hu said dia to sin and your banner from day one onim say definitely there are challenges, there will be challenges and there's no two ways about it, but the question is nipa na or try hoye hwehan Emma any man essay I titi pansam say no yenya no on one to aso kofi wa be say utibida uhubida no kwa wen utibida uhubida how what say I don't know per a corner structure
okay, so you be dealing with two issues, the economic leg and the EC issues. The EC issues no the better. Now let's deal with the current economic situations. What's stating on several occasions here. Almost say no. Now almost say Drew, what point?
Just say I say na say MPP for no. It will be a sure I'm saying we well Yankopon dear or Boniface, but it be no brands and no marco heaven. Conscience probably be conscience they don't have because and near ma omoyena na em say na ensemo amoke kan sebi o yenyina ye ko school ni kakra o so yɛde mu nya na wɔ class so na mu kra mu nya ayi hwan ayi degree no kra third class o say dey so it is a more kasa mamon kasa say bi Ghana fo nyina no say bi yenim nyansa and I'm kind of say ye hwɛ economic indicators enye NDC for and as MPP for and determine economic performance and as economic indicators. If we are see afane there are systems and processes I know your marking scheme I dey check it. Na me per 2023 data menye bi for purposes of this one me use 2016 and 2022. Okay. One by one. Okay. Under Mahama oba be free abemu no. Na a car na da ho. A cano from Kwame Nkrumah time. Akoso modam esie nyina ene no beje car ho no. A car na da no na 120 billion Ghana cedis. That's the public debt. And no na nkrofo we si ente da. Ena do so dudu o ena se yo ye hu bi do ena ya eka obekaya. Ye nua ba usula ka say eka bosia bank no kra ne baba ma betimi aba be depressed.
About 16 years.
Okay. By 2022, and I make as in fact 2023 in Kahun, 2022 no public debt no I could do 600 billion. So see, I mean, say is about 680 billion. Into GM the free money, so almost within this period no, almost borrow 480 billion. And we'll come to near almost and out of that 56 Mahamadia into Mahama no we use 56 no there and we'll come into those things. I see. Number one. Two, personal near only one oil field. One. Just one. By the time I ever be free abemuno, now President Mahama I investment into the oil sector. Emma, we don't buy no, almost near what 3 oil fields. Yeah, near 1 billion from annually from the oil fields. Almost no 3 billion plus from the oil fields. Until they have more resources available to them. Okay. I think I don't think I can't. Okay, wow, say 2017, no, the economy grew by 1%. No. Ansah ni be free abem no. World Bank and the Facebook analysis said because of the oil fields now, you discover now back on stream 2017 into no economy ni be costro. And you no mo ye bibia. They can't boast of anything. Good. I say public revenue sika ni nya from taxes ni ade nyina no. Na nya 240 billion as at 2016. Omo eto ahodo taxes ni ade nyina port increment import ni ade omo nya as at 2020 no 830 billion. 830 billion. Wow. Compare. I say debt to GDP ratio maka but the percentage no yen ya personal say wo se siga na sika nyina sika emu ohamu chicha fa ya di tuaka. Na 56%. And no cramon be that. And I credit rating, no, na ye B a call low cry you see. Almost the debt to GDP ratio, no, 104%. Next, so much did to na. I just almost sample Bosia at the count, and some much me to your it's me a car. The moment a ben be a bedroom salary, next is a ben useless. This is global economic indicators and performance. And yeah, me statistics. 104.
Bobo said it's your interest.
It's your interest. Economy you drew, sir. Let's say it's a mess. A sinking. Just a draw ban here. The sugar nursing. It drew, sir. Brenna. The government must go. The government has no moral right to continue to be in power with this level of mess. No. It's unacceptable. I think exchange rate and Uncle so no 4 cities. We open check now Bank of Ghana on my website.
That's as at 2016.
No 3.85.
Yeah.
No 4 cities. You buy January no and they call 4 cities. It's what they are from 4 cities. She say exchange rate 12 points, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4. And okay, unya. And the same say, if the fundamentals of the economy are weak, the exchange rate will what expose you. Meanwhile, no, don't forget, sir, omunya more money from the oil field so.
2 above the count. I'm not 3.
Yes, and omunya more money from taxes, almost 3 times. It is canoeing. We'll come to that. I think economic growth rate, year average, no, now 3.6%. Almost there with all this near more 3.1%. Interest rates or bank, highest there 25%. Interest rates cost rama, it could drew over 40%. Budget deficit. Budget deficit na cost no na be 6.1%. Budget deficit etimi akwa could do 12%. Inflation,
that is the current figure.
Yes. Inflation, the rate at which anema boy a costro. Namasa. Nancy Ansah na me stati ehu ntos ni emabo.
But even a new figures about almost say figures no conform. Though it's not reflecting our near my cotton market, but they claim that inflation figures no air from. I think as of this morning we were doing around 24 or something. I don't know.
80 sa inflation osha normally a basket of nema. So na sa basket of nema no ebi wo ha na ba ko bi for example oil prices be to be conform. So but no interest the biggest item person who inflation plan no kure woman check food inflation. Inflation conform but food inflation is not going down. And also na affecting crop directly. President Kufuor ne kan hwe wasitrim.
Okay, so this is the information available. Consumer price inflation in Ghana averaged 14.3% in the 10 years to 2022, which is above the Sub-Saharan African regional average of 9.4%. The 2022 average figure was 31.9%. So this is the current figure. Statistical Services a website. This is the current year.
But you me check food inflation.
Okay, so let me check food inflation.
Check your bills. Food in India, and then also may affect it and for life directly.
Okay.
But whichever way it is, inflation, the worst performance, 15.4%. Omom could do 54%. Omonian do 15.4%. And they have a problem.
Okay, I'll say food inflation in Ghana is expected to be 33% by the end of this quarter.
Thank you.
According to Trading Economics Global Macro Models and Analyst Expectations, in the long term, the Ghana food inflation is projected to trend around 15 in 2024 and 17% in 2025. So it just keeps on going.
So what I said. I feel Oba Bank of Ghana financing. Simply I know brofa kese sika omutwa e de bo aban na yen aban no ya pass me kai sane o cabinet ade ne ya gu ya say na president ne dey be say ahochire bi crisis bi bo man mu na so man of government here ska e we dey ne ska then the honest tekpe so we have to discipline the system 80 yen 2016 an election year no Bank of Ghana financing na is zero yam printi sika yentwe sika Bank of Ghana support it.
Central government no na kopes ka
central government na elections bibia ye bia e bin see that in an election really? Year. Yes, it's there. You can check Bank of Ghana financing in 2016. Yanum in spite of COVID sika ba ye any sika ba ye ne eto omagigi nyina ne loans omagigi akese nyina no Bank of Ghana financing was 45 billion Ghana cedis
in 2020.
Yes,
elections.
Yes, 45 billion. In fact, as at 2022, there's so mucheska. Where is the money? Where is the money? That 45 billion Ghana cedis. Dialysis center. No more here saying there are 2 or 3 million.
Dollars now there, mami.
You cannot have a government like this. It's unacceptable. Bro, it is completely unacceptable. No more
45
billion. I don't hear a demonstration. No, our auditor general Ebeka said no. The kind of things they are doing in Bank of Ghana is unacceptable. Or we need yes, I'm more matter. No, it's unacceptable. That's peso. About a debt service, a car near there. You principal, you interest. President Mahama, he created sinking fund. Sinking fund is a fund that Mikai does this. So take about sinking fund is one chair. I say, no say, sinking fund is kebi on which go or sebea a kaya the euro bond. No, a bedroom sami and neska na adults who need media chia euro bonds na President Kufuor a year. No, he are buy a sinking fund whoops on my fed, and I'll come to the funds. I don't want to be diverted.
Yeah.
80 debt service, you chia principal, you chia interest. Yanum na omu defaulted. With himself for over 1 year, ni ye intimate chia interest. Intimate chia principal bia. It is almost said the economy is improving now. Improve on what basis? What they cut? Chia. What was stress a car me the patch of intimate chia. And in fact, I can't chia. But only see your whole do on your suspending. It will be fear as you, Majima Ketia, and then the Ketia Befie, and Tiamas say no, you will scout fear. No, I had the cat. $1 million. Does it make sense?
But Argentina always IMF, Ebeka, because just last 2 weeks or so, minimum own statement now. The IMF claimed that Ghana economy is, come bouncing back.
Are we politicians?
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, of course, they are politicians. They are politicians. Say Bako and Bakomba. They also can be palatable. I mean, do you take them serious? Now, what me know or memo?
No, but both NDC and PP are one and you don't want to take them serious.
Well, I mean, what your analysis now? But we say we go for you know, and time.
But why do you think the IMF will do that?
You see, say IMF ne kan yo, say Buddha ne kan yo. Statistics does it show that the economy is bouncing back? What did they cut in billions? Unchia. Sabio and Kokra, and Emrewa, or Musika pension, or the investment near Dina. Waka Fuaso. Untia interest, untia principal. We say, oh, the economy is doing well. Yes, that untia principal and interest, no. They share their repercussions, and only a bit like I said the economy is doing well. Now make me boy. And I don't need the IMF and the World Bank to come and tell. They have to be relevant. So, no more money, more follow a economic program. In German guys and Koyi. Across the world, it's politics. Yeah, pencil. There was no haircuts, and I'm kind.
Yeah.
And Kokra just said, "We dream for the first time in the history of Ghana." Then Kokra Emrewa, Ubuha or dialysis so Ibu and Kofre, Ibuha Ninro near the Nina. Come, a binary transfer. Or say, mean to our interest, me to shada for the next 5-6 years. Who main, you know, so principal and also me to shada. By force, won't mean Kawanshe. How is that possible? When you Nipadudu in your stroke because of this. Now, yes, I must buy way at Traso. How? Who will do that? No reasonable person will do that. Unemployment, now you buy a German. Yeah, time figures so now 8.4%. Or more time, 14% and rising. Yeah, time because of the way I near managing economy. So I'm kind of near creative sinking fund into Euro bonds. No, near na President Kufuor Krano. Na the sika egu a the treacher. It's because of the way I treacher interest near the anything. Now we had access to Euro bond. Say when him say Ghana and that kind of Furiata and Baumia. They don't have access. We don't have access to the Eurobond. Why never bought Busia? Busia now wajia no crown unchia. Who see no interest no who untiminchia. And I negotiations. May one day yenyanka wansamo. Yenyanka wansam. So then it comes to the question is where is the money? And now when I tell you what John Mahama did within that period, I now know the seriousness of the situation. Nothing. Obana say Ghana yenya pencil. Say, you can see a check car near there per individual. Every Ghanaian, no, they car 4,679 cedis. That I say a door so do. Get TV that. And then every Ghanaian, they car 19,000. And this is 2022. Don't forget. If you have a count. And last year, because when person have a figures are, mean sure of. I'm 1 trillion% sure. You can check it anywhere. 19,933. That is almost 20,000. Ghana Nibia. So one year some area, I cannot share you from no or the car 20,000. This is the Ghana in which we are now.
Wow.
Credit rating. I'm sick. Yeah, worst performance B-. We are still finding that's how they assess economy. B- we see and say that. MPP for omo C enye dio junk not just economy no atitia pansam
but I think so more free junk category no
and omo hefa why mo ye bear 40 or class now we cry face say be we the bear 30 to 35 so why are there we nyina yasam apu
yes worry
afi what do you measure President Mahama and Nema or
yeah. I'm interested
because you see, say only conviction. Na say one fan as a personal project. We can same dia. Na if you are now adwene you be sa no. Based on facts, President Mahama may say I was a campaign manager. And now you two abanom dey court 8 months. There is no investor, both local and foreign. I got to buy your court or be any investment. Until everything was at a standstill. It was chassis after the court. Until we lost 8 months. Now, Momian aviation and a scar or borrow, you know. We 120 now, no need any bear 56 billion. Yes, see, and say that any my ben or the year. One new cargo section of Kotoka International Airport. And I'm a man for aircraft terminal 3 no. But cargo section, hold on. President Mahama na you. Yes, cargo section hono ye modernize ye bibia. Na no kra we share the kind of equipment near there hwa because hono cargo nipa nko wunti ya na ye hu but they very critical because e boa ma exports near there. Terminal 3. Now no we there em say yenuanom Nigeria for mu ntitwi me kan credit atwi omo. E wo say e ta ko Nigeria panti yeah, terminal 3 no. Omo penny for no omo actors there. Omo ba no mu twabo aban no. Yeah. Omo twabo mo pa. Yeah. Enti na na ekoye no omo so akwa terminal bi na. Em say terminal ni em say na China. Ajiegu basa. Ajiegu. Abi no ma no say na yeah bi na mo ba be ya. At least mo do the level. Terminal 3. Enkofo e bagana ni na obi e ka. Eye krabehwe. We nya me na me ka. Yeah. It's there for everybody to see. What is a vision and this just say BB Papa B. Yes, Monday Tamale Airport MRCC plane to meet 2 free Hako Saudi Arabia straight. Whole airport. Now whole airport, you know. And I'm for so and here. It's because they don't have vision. What him said the whole sub-region. There is no baby anywhere you see plane. Yeah. Really? Who see plane? I just walk off France in England near there. If you to me at any whole airport into an aviation repair harbor, masa sika ibi nyawo memu ano enya deketwa. No say place no Nigeria all over the sub-region no more be servicing. It's a there vision looking forward. It can be used. I see. I think Kumasi Airport and also money airplane ho. That encrofu with so more tiama. It's a document that bibia parliamentary hands at etre yakoje bosia drawings bibia almost mona moye. What is wrong with these people? Over energy sector. A hopper na who say cruise wrong. If you are dealing with them and omit me adada say Bobie o shirt na o shirt a pink. Ama wankasa omit ana mi na mani. Obagia to say ana mi na mani nya. And I say be a pink kakra womo. Because the energy crisis here now you womo as a country. Obien him said a historical legacy problem. Every 7 years be akoso musio echo down. Number 1. Number 2, on minor air expanded, population expanded, demand for power air expanded. It's a true baby no. Na capacity I was 2,500 megawatts. No so on minor. Because there are so many industries. I'm not here akoso mboni ade nyina. And I did doom so by me and Madame for President Kufo, Ufi Abemo and son of Madame, because I'm Chabono. And now, on no pencil, doom so by then or they are so focused here on common pie. President Mahama said, no, I'll fix this problem. And now put in place the strategy. Obabi Fi Abemuni a double capacity no to 5,000 megawatts. More buyer, more fair being car. And you have the nerve and effrontery to tell Ghanaians and say, power no does do, and no doom so I say, your power no free. And you're forward thinking, the same type of logic. I'm say, free SHS, no, classrooms, no, classrooms, referencing. E-blocks, no, you could see what in room. You see that kind of thinking. Sir, in room, no, and maybe over every crew, hospital, na a war. Krona etifi, baby. And the town grows to meet it. So that is forward thinking. Back to energy. Energy problem, you solve you. Emma, yes, I creative fund. Say, you think you mobile fund, no, more the idea, more the aqua jawa, more the aqua jessica, Sicano, so you win your more day and send baby. Yeah, they 2 extra oil fields, no, and no macawa that. A trouble, a sogly, a Mary, and any home power sector. You put in place measures.
Current situation you face here.
One, a lack of vision. So mobile, no, and no one can cry. Omni be transit. Kwabena na mo fa so a mutimi yes anema we nyina. And omo de ho prepare contracts ni bi no mo twetwa mu ni ade e no the judgment that saba. And afa sika ye de to ho se e be ye fanda anytime our power ayi for no omo hi e bitimi de atwa omo ka no. Say sika no so omo di omo yusu.
Are you sure?
Ah yes. Na sika no we. Na sika no we hi. Esla a fund meboa esla a to a je so uto energy na the task akra to so to no according to that fund and the service energy. Where is the money? Where is the fund? What's the status of the fund? Be so it's mismanagement. I feel about markets just a Kotokrawa market, Brim market, Abuabo market, KJT market, bebre now for health sector. Upper East Regional Hospital, Boga. Upper West Regional Hospital, Wa.
I see.
Ridge Hospital Expansion Projects. 60-bed K2 North District Hospital at Veta. New Yeju Midwifery Training School. Maternity Block for Donko Krum Presbyterian Hospital in Afram Plain South. Formuna District Hospital. 120-bed Shai Osudoku District Hospital. Wododo and Pachwaka order. Shai Osudoku District Hospital, no. It is a Obi Regional Hospital. Top of the range, top class. Just say we share the environment near the way. Oh my goodness. UGMC. Bro, what order?
Yeah, UGMC. Yeah,
I was saying UGMC. Because you see, we are not doing a good credit to ourselves. I was saying Obisha that could film UGMC both in and out. UGMC and yet tertiary hospital. Omo dimbi omo de friend brosa abofo no mintiminka above tertiary. The level of UGMC amount for ba say that way omo say omo California na Texas na baby o. I'm telling you, I'm talking about foreigners. The foreigners are called, they will tell you you have this in Ghana. Quality top range. When you call it na makwa travel na mo yense hu. BOG Hospital. Maritime Hospital. So what I say?
Maritime Hospital. I heard Kwakubaku claiming say Mahama administration and not end this into me claiming credit because Maritime Hospital they see one more there same as Bank of Ghana, and that has been the argument.
Also, when people have lost their political relevance, it will be almost can't be a win. You understand me? So it's there for everybody to see. I don't even have time. Bank of Ghana is a private company. Maritime Authority is a private company. Charlie. Water sector. Mijo, Charlie. 5 communities water project at the Dome. Brekum water projects. New water treatment plant at Asante Mampong.
Yeah.
Kawu water project at Kotoso. 5 towns water supply system at Chebi omo Chebi.
Yeah.
Yene mo munsio. Small town water system at Fetenta. New water supply system at KJG. Lavender Hill fecal and Mudor waste treatment plant. Pando water supply project. Wa water supply project. Boku water project. Bon water supply expansion project. And no minimum as some part because that I'm a deputy minister or local government. Delegation no kona abongo no many ade no Professor Mosma make a hubi emi ekoi China. So what I say and as a denta perpetual problem no you solve no. What I say? So these are real achievements.
Issues about the desalination plant now. What happened?
Well, I don't know what the current status is now.
Almost to say almost investigate more. Almost for value for money or something.
Okay, who say what the government one no?
Yeah.
Any what the private sector one. Private sector they in America.
Okay, but the government one also muye be what teshi. Desalination plant what teshi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Buy number 2 mu say because now that machine no ekwe punsuo no na process it. Some amount for
yeah.
Yeah. I just want to add it to what Nema mentioned.
Okay. Enti, these are the achievements of John Mahama in 3 years, 4 months.
With how much?
With 56 billion Ghana cedis. And a moment over 480. What have they done? What comes to free SHS? Free SHS so far, cumulatively, how much have they spent? How much have they cumulatively all this year, 7 years on buying in 20 billion? So Sikano, where is the money? Sikano, Ewo, cantonments, so Laboni, Jowulu, skyscrapers, apartments near there, and other countries be country ne baako din strategy, so na baako so S&P, so and until now we need a new government, or more befiaba. They will vomit all that money.
Are you sure?
Hey, what's that? I've told you.
Are you sure?
Bro, who investigated Jida? Is it not the same NDC government?
Yes, NDC government.
Who investigated National Service?
The NDC government.
The NDC government. Players couldn't question some, Our World Cup. Who investigated them?
The NDC.
And I was the campaign manager. Public. The report is there. Go and check. We are not going to joke. The country has suffered enough.
Chairman, Sam Komo we here Ghana for Pamamen from Jinao.
Yes.
Bebe no ajidi say NDC need that political will. Looking at I scratch your back, scratch my back. And so at that point, your opinion doesn't matter. When NDC nya power, your mama nene Crawford ne your mwadi, probably your opinion doesn't matter at that point.
Any bro. First of all, I have full confidence in your mama. So bad. Because I was his minister. Do you know what it means to do a Jida investigation in this town? Bro? He must have it been kind of public.
Yes, but seriously, that is one of the fears.
Yeah, and I make her say.
And
I make her say. There's a case study. Okay? You know what it means? You were taking on the key established gurus in this town. And
really?
Yes. And the president never, not once, ever called me, said, Elvis, slow down. Never. That's why I have confidence in him. Oh, I'm out for their friend.
I see.
Of course. Precious. Ne mumma lambs ne ade. Na me streka ka so mo boy. Ki kume kra.
Your mama support you
100 trillion%. Not once, oh, ever. If you ban here, be dim, me say okay. So no, be frame me. Do you understand me? So I'm talking from a position of knowledge. Apart from that, Masa Ghanaians on minor edro stage beer. The only way the NDC, the next government will survive is to ensure accountability. I'm telling you. If there's no accountability, that government will not survive. You watch.
Ebinimu Jiri say NDC and MPP, they have become friends.
Well, you can be my friend. The Jida people were not our friends. They were not just friends, so they were financiers. But what had to be done. For the sake of the country. We're not targeting individuals. So what I say? We're not targeting individuals. For the sake of the country. What is in the interest of the country? What is in the interest of Ghana? That is where the focus will be. And all of us, including you and I, media, Ghanaians suffering, we must ensure that happens. That is the only way this country can survive. If that doesn't happen, Charlie, this country is gone. I'm telling you. If that doesn't happen, hey, this country is gone. This country is gone forever. That is the only way. Because it's too much. It's too much. It's too much, oh, Masa. Na mo boy and chrono mo yan. Na mo say diatem aye dwe aka ho. Eno kra na ebufu no. The arrogance and pomposity and the year omode ye niema no. Bro, it's too much.
But Mimi, what abai muda? Tell me.
Yeah.
Edian na ma omutimi nya sa akoko dro no ye boni odi boni omudi no. Tell me.
Well, yeah time no. Now oh yeah then you are being careful, you see, because Victoria Hammer or Jane Yakako just thinking, oh, minya $1 million beer, $1 million. Eh? Minya $1 million beer, jump and baby extra. Oh yeah, near you know. Now we are now coming into one of the topics
yeah.
Now omokana just say no more day na yen so tell na man for corruption. Hey, MPP can't talk about corruption. NDC, and then I'm going to have a discussion with you on NDC corruption so-called issues. Mention them, everyone, and I'll show you. But
what you mean?
Jida, what you mean? Action was taken by the government, right? Action. Any government now they take action.
Professor Mills time.
Yes. And the matter is going through the judicial process. Nema was here GNA idea, and he has a right as a citizen say, and also be pursue. But it will be uncataso.
Then
Jida. I said I was the minister. It may teach Jida something you swear no. I say at this point in this country, we cleaned up the system, and restructure the whole thing. I'll give you the documents. A new law, a creative stream of funding from talk tax. Because no problem, I want to say, now service providers, there was no specific way of Munyeska.
But what happened to Agambili?
His contract was cancelled.
But more no man go free. Agambili should have.
Say no, and no, you see, there are processes. So what I said, we as a minister, as a government, we did the investigation, cancelled the contract, and
because something was wrong,
and made him pay back. Are you aware he paid back?
Agambili paid back?
Yes. Oh, bro,
really?
You should get the document so that we can have a whole discussion on it.
Agambili paid back?
Yes. Every single company. So what I say?
I see.
Yes. So because we wanted to streamline. It wasn't an attack against an Agambili.
No.
But now,
you want to correct the system.
There was a defect. What did I say? Defect, you know, they say. Nipa no throw proposal under the bar. Or no, a friend of unsolicited proposal. It's the Jida itself did not have a system where one can sign determine say you be we. It's you no air copenco from Moma Babe. A service providers in a proposals number. No, the proposal never so be to benefit him. It's simple common sense. That's number one. Number two, we didn't have a regular source of funding. It's Sebanesa na a cano a and any service provider be say or your project now on him say onya sika instantly obe raising the margins because of kwaje so a systemic problem it's by no and you making sure say you create talk tax system on between regular and after you cancel unsolicited proposals. And proposals thing will be designed from within. Master, a lot has gone on. Buzz branding. What happened?
Yeah,
I was there. I was that time of Flagstaff House. My poor sister Jifa, may her soul rest in peace. You know, but she didn't do anything.
Yeah, so refunded.
Yes, they were made to pay. There was an investigation. There was no cover up, and they made them refund. Name them. National Service. Yes, was it not our own government?
Abuga Pele.
That God no, Abuga is not National Service.
Abuga. Jida. Okay.
Do you understand me?
National Service now.
But it is the government. The government of the day. And a year investigation made people pay. Those who had to go to God went through the process. Under John Dramani Mahama. So you see, we have not been fair to ourselves. We have not been fair to him. Because Nyami can hear facts so and yeah, I'm not telling you Kukwana's story. These are facts that I know personally. If you would what was it about the World Cup? What was the problem with the World Cup? Players say somewhere in your physical cash, you're in your training, you're more match. It are two choices. Either say Obeka some from Kwasam so mom fan so yeah, you never mom winning. And now say we find a way. any funny way. Sabi o me wo to me and me to plane. Any this kind of come on no mukisi here. Wonko bo. And uncle ye.
But that process of taking the money to them was wrong.
Fine. If you were in my shoes, no matter some more physical cash. Otherwise, they won't train. They had already missed one training session. Now come on last match for that qualifiers. What will you do?
But honorable, the moment the right thing.
The right thing in any.
We have processor this cafe, but the processor we was wrong.
And I may say,
what you accept it was wrong.
And I may say, looking back, more creative system that will not happen again. But at that time, no, that was the only option. Because in all the other tournaments, let anybody come and tell me, say, there was even one tournament that they paid them in any other. They get cash.
Really?
Yes. Germany, South Africa.
Even from Comforta.
Yes. It's cash. It's almost more cash. So it was not an easy, but what more importantly, what happened? Public, open, live coverage. Now, the crisis are background. I said, yeah, live. I said, repeat prime time. Prime time will be live.
And they claim that later, your mama cover up just to put you back
Which
to the
cover
residence.
Up, neighbor? What kind of, who does cover up on live radio? Does it make sense? Cover up, no? Any say do about trap public, no be live. Near bizarre questions. Now, yes, beyond that, near your forensic audit. You know what a forensic audit is? Not by any other Ernst and Young. Wow. Yes. And after the forensic audit, nothing, zero.
It's a reputable institution.
Yes.
And you go through the process.
Nothing, zero, nothing, absolutely nothing. Because you have more 1,000 years. Because you see, I dream the whole thing. Then you pescao. Yeah, Sagan and ye ding. That was the motive. And the committee members cry allowance crying mom. And now be by a patch. I'm so to tell you, I'm a bro. The track committee cry in your allowance, missing I near Pagan a year. But now, on my pen, be any doubt. And believe me, it helped me. Even though in the short term, they're very inconvenient, The reports in the whole, I owe you 2 reports.
Great.
So, Jida and our cup.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
So, the problem, Anka, was a committee solve no, the problem is that the player in discipline. So players can look at the coach and tell him to fuck off.
Wow.
Player would determine say me training. Those were the issues. All these other issues were, not there, but but more importantly, we have moved on. It's your DMB. Tell me now, which other one again? Now sure MPP.
This issue about a local government, Zoom Lion contracts, beings, Sani Manom, this is a ball and other contracts, which amount for and Manasseh Azuri has raises that issue.
That one, it didn't happen under my watch.
Yes, not so only your watch, but these are some of the issues.
Me and Nema Mekano, Nema Minim. Me one document, me own the facts, and I speak with them with authority. You understand me?
Yeah.
What I don't know and I don't understand, I'm not involved. I left local government way back 2012 when Kohobium, so I don't have the facts. But I've proven to you, sir, the major issues and the issues, corruption, I've mentioned about 5 of them. Each one of them. Look at the posture and the action taken by President Mahama and the NDC. Now let's come to the MPP.
Yeah.
MPP. Only 1 week, 1 corruption. Now, because so much that say on person ya na funu yen. On say enkwalabo ni bi o ha. Obey ade na ma wa parent no.
Ube jai kasa.
Ube jai because oye ade na wu twa ne ma akwesi jayo 10 minutes no asan ye. It's a bedroom baby no. Now wa no wa bre. That's how I see them because no reasonable person will behave like this. Mobile PDS. Boom. I know audios were whole are more planning, said I'm more check government properties. But a BSida or Ghana. and they are still walking around with pride and arrogance. I say, ma plan say and up to now no him say yeah hand over PDS more sika na wo account mu sika was some there's still issues outstanding as I speak to you.
Really?
Yes.
They claim say sika mo gigi free man for that ho.
So I know what almost spending $10 million on Cocoa Roads audits. Ministry of Finance, equal to accrue 1 million a cities.
Almost all my investigation with a crew.
And no level.
But almost all my investigations and on my clear or on that.
So I say, judgment debts 283 million. Mark Menu MPS.
That judgment debt.
Maybe I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Ghana cylinder manufacturing, allowances over 400%. NHIS, Omar diverted over 17 million into private investment company. Ooh. And these things happen in Ghana, and everybody behaves as you said, you know, everything.
NHIS.
Yes.
Omar diverted
17 million Ghana cedis into private investment company. Well, you see, what happens is issues in the bar. By the time you back can another one aba. No chain nearby, no. Yeah, started can nearby chain. At any given time, no. Nearby no, a chain first one, no. It's would giant no can no about the can we are. Just say, oh, bro, it's too much. It's too much. Galamsey, Massa, okay? If for anything at all, Galamsey alone, and the state of our water bodies are enough for MPP to leave power. The state of your water bodies, when him said scientifically, medical doctors approve say in those catchment areas, no, I feel there won't call ammonia deformities.
Yeah,
I mean, Crophonia skin disease.
Yes.
Emma, Ghana Water Company, I can say, I'm sure in the next 7 to 10 years, I just hear cranes you. Yeah. Is this not a crisis? Ensure water is life. Galam say ensure brimonia na asay poto. Ni abesa by way esambe traso. Ba mi anu ni abemu. Excavators na no ye na Medina kwanso na me hu e baby ana excavators. Na me say anti ana excavators ne in 2 years. It is unacceptable. There's no perfect government anywhere. But near many bi ho aban ne ya watra. What does it?
Yeah.
People matra. So we must get them out and get a breath of fresh air. New government, we cannot continue like this. Hey, my year where we are there, community man, you said, and more day, check concessions now, more. We know, you know.
Yeah.
Party in Yeska. Yeah. So the whole Ghana say, no much, no more from Ghana.
Your friend Gabi is involved.
Gabi, or is my friend? Let me tell you something today. Madam Fubi unim no. Ni enti amene ni nya problem.
Yeah.
And say,
yeah.
O ka say, o pese me ni Gabi shia. Na me say make Kofi free.
Oh, that is where I should free.
Yes. Make Kofi free. Never. Because Gabi Adiebi during Professor Mel's time with the din atam. Uyusu, a horrible word, mean to me kind of air. Very nasty word. I'm saying me, I'm a very principled person. I'm very, very principled. The day I will have a meeting with him,
Pacho, use your microphone.
The day I'll have a meeting with him, Professor Mills will turn in his grave. It will not happen. Public. It's not my friend though. Now, Nipa or my down for no crime, no problem. Because my catcher said, baby, I will call we a businessman. And to stay in the middle.
Yeah.
Stay in the middle. Now continue with business.
I was a little bit confused, like, what is happening?
Oh. And I was, I'm one and I'm a businessman, you have to be careful. Wako too much, wako too far.
Met divert it to a binima side, but with your principles now. I know your brother Koku is now a friend to a Bedfaber Koku and you. It's a friend to Kuba Konomone, Sancrophone, Gabi circles, no. And even Aleto Jacobs is down very close to Gabi. And these guys were very close to the late Mills. And you know, who's a good you know.
Koko you know, me who no, meaning share, meaning Casa for close to bear since the last time I know contested general secretary. Yeah. After that, there was an issue now or charge you on air. Now I'm sending the message, Savinia. I say also slow down the crowd because a party there, things happen. I mean, because I mean, coming somewhere, but you see, you always have to look at the bigger picture. So what I say, yes, and change one nothing. Yam nam tie, ya yam nam tie. But reply the man no, I am there. So since then, for many years, me who you say that, me nene nkasa that, me nene share that. And to who his friends are, who their friends are, it's none of my business. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm not interested. And at those people, no, so just say, yeah, I sometimes, you know, they say me I walk a I know they see them, you know what I'm saying? Like I like them as individuals. Yeah, do you understand me? But do you know why?
I don't see you.
Like Egbert was chief under when I was assistant president. So what I say, I was the president of the whole university. He was chief under of Commonwealth. So yeah, he's my friend. But so I don't know if you get me.
Yeah.
What the whole lot of them, your whole university, you know, some of them nothing no more. I don't want to be tempted. So what I say, some of them nothing no more. You know, I don't know, bro. Yeah. So really. I really, you know, so that's why I'm able to speak the way I do, and that's why I'm the first. I kept on daring them. They say me, most I'm saying wake up near I'm say macho me.
The 8 years no be me from.
Me say fire service station, Kwabena Kwanamako police station. Take it from me, and I've dared them severally. Madam Accra, Kumasi, Baby, any opportunity I get, I dare them.
Really?
What are you going to find? If there's nothing to find, what will you find? We didn't come into government to say, yeah, baby, sebi. What I say? There was a certain vision and principle, you know, the Rollins principle. Even though I know we do, baby, now you're confused. You know what they need? No.
No, but I think on who said Colano don't buy no game too much. Yes, also did it with Jim.
Our analysis near right.
Yes, it got to a point the man was fed up. Those he brought into the
me I'm a former my dear Fedia, a man for Renia Manafe, me. But you see, each year, no, Obi Sam says, so what is this issue about? Penny for JJ9, ET9. And I'm saying double-edged. On one hand, no, I was saying, penny for any idea, who said, Odomukua, no matter what happens, in this way you could never. Bro, yeah, say, what do time, no life, energy, and me cool, you cool, near star in the back is very painful. Let me say because I'm a casa, but I always look at the big picture. So, when person that you be, we say, oh, no, cry there. A year, no. Now, you when you end this, no, I for Tofia qua. It should never happen. Mr. and Church, or then,
you're nothing.
Yeah, Kaka Kenyan, I'm tea. And see, and Pedophonia, be no more my yo dear no influence your behavior. On the other hand, so no, more, but I also must say, part in a kuno, a month will be bread, almost sweat and tears and toil. And at the party never be do something pencil. It's almost year be beyond us, almost castle moi. I was say almost shiny year because I guess I'm not quite here, say be monsieur Ediama Nipana Nasi Kuno. As my make a move do power. Meaning, and penny for ever tears here. Meaning, it's yin and I was here careful. So, yeah, but Sabio, penny, yeah, dear next year, or quiet a canoe. So, and I'm penning for no see a sramo. More mukuo. As a could room pen pensubi. Now, Oma catcher is almost yet. ayi nyina de e bra ye kra ne bibia hye mu na afi mu kodi omachi
live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. I will come back to you. Niabe your final lap. Vivian Opon says a free and cry is from a very good socio-economic background. With or without politics, he will survive. Kofi Simon says, Commander Boham, you do all right. Thank you. Wood Eduji says the NDC does not have to protect your vote. It is your responsibility. And I think it's a response to another tester. Kofi says, wow, great program today. Kudos, Kwabena, Bobie, Ansah, Commander, thank you. Era Majo says, Bobie, kindly ask him if the NDC can protect our votes. Vivian Opon says, I love principled people, and a free Ankara is one of them. I love him so much. All right. So we have Bozet Kwesi says, kudos to Elvis, a free Ankara. Achu Gershon says, good afternoon, Accra FM. All right, so Stephen Mensah says, Bobie, watching you live from Kumasi Agri Kromwase. God Almighty bless you, Honorable Elvis, a free Ankara. aka NDC is the best podcast party in Ghana, and the facts are clear. All right, so Buzet Kwesi is here. We have Zakaria Kibu says the gifted, heavy-weighted voice of Afri Ankara, in which always frighten the MPP communicators. Okay, so we have Olivia Dan says this is what we want. All sector ministers should just come out and speak to Ghanaians, explain things, and tell us what exactly happened during their time. Okay, so Olivia Dan is here. Now we have Matthew Osei says thanks very much, bro. You're speaking with power. God bless you, Elvis. Samuel Evans says, Commander, Uncle Elvis, he forgot to add Aferi, Sewa, Kumewu, and Barkese Dam. Mampo project in the mention anyway. So Samuel is sending this message from Birmingham in London. All right, so we have DC Thunder Commander. If they come to power and play friends, Matadia, we all could die here. Okay, so question says honestly, MPP are just clueless about governance and they need to be kicked out of power. Period. Okay, so we have Daniel Du Commander. Good evening. With the power issue, please call John Jinapo for him to explain. Oh, Nayewu and the mother says, Commander, I mean, when you look at the president's flamboyant lifestyle and mismanagement of the funds for projects being redirected to other accounts, it's so sad. So, I didn't ask it. Okay, now we have Enno Troy here, and Sandor says, great man, we greet you, sir. And this one goes to Elvis. Jamal Osman says, bringing back JM is a national responsibility. All right, so we have John Zogla says 24-hour economy is a game changer, great vision with a great visionary leader like JM. Okay, so another person is asking, Bobie, now Elvis, dear no bet me I winning elections. He seems like he has gone too quiet.
Okay. Me project kakra.
Yeah.
Me what tower. I make myself available.
Yeah.
The past week I've been on the media.
Would you see Kudi Yamutu Skanase? Mary says you can okay, so no yes issue when near the Baba baby. My memory back with Honorable Elvis Afri Ankara. Can NDC protect Ghana for vote? And now, no, or you be Western region. I can't remember, but me share video no. Obusa the same question. John Mahama in the team, any money for any NDC as a political party. Can you protect Ghana for votes?
Okay, that's it. Very, very much so. We can and we would. Now, for you to understand, there was so yet maybe a second. What say in 2016 we lost by 1 million votes.
Yes.
And at parliamentary we lost, badly. 2020, in spite of Sika and people to go, the bit to say a Jinapon more crying
Bole.
No,
Savannah.
But
Someone in Savannah.
No, there were bullion vans, no much cheska. So, no much cheska, house to house. We family header. Once a honor, almost follow family heads.
Okay.
It's almost what data of family heads in a fro. So the family head on 5,000.
Use microphone.
Family head on 5,000. Near the now Kotwaba 2,000, 10,000. Sa, it's almost a lot of money. And into the economy, it is a and yet, in spite of that, parliamentary, we need 142 seats. MSN report them our producer. 142 seats.
Okay.
And you win here. And a presidential, we should have gone for a runoff. And even who are in kind of public that. So what I say. And no muna, Mameno, because they are incumbent are buying, Nasa ye to about na runoff demope. Meanwhile, by that time, you lead you parliamentary.
Yeah.
And then just say, oh, Kwano.
Oh, Kwano.
And Uchina, or Koye, a resort to whom one has a resort, being praying numos and praying
7 times.
So what I say. Now, as to whether say, court a core strategy, any another story. But, me first Supreme Court any in Ghana for any year. And it said, Mami J. Mensa, on ye any ordinary citizen, on your private citizen. Ya koto aba, ehun aba asem, wabo results being here. Yes, say, crata now, what the yin in so the board results, Fabe train. Ya kind, no court of winning, Supreme Court, Omina, so a yate, train, a drew more baby Jina Dakamwa, no more business answer. Omo can a band prince, and print nine. Anytime I chat to be resibia, okay. I feel many drew ye, so Mrammy Jina no Nianoa. Almost you, Bibia and Shano, sir, we will be Jina, simply so now we are no, Nadia, law no more you see, no, a law or apply in criminal cases. So what I say, and yes, civil cases, one more shadow you sue, particular judgment. Ubi or ye judge Biano, me want a huge respect for him. Because me, my Jimpa Law School 1 semester. He appointed me director of election, I'm saying, so a full-time problem. Just a mayor who a full time. And I know what it takes for somebody to become a lawyer, circuit court judge, high court judge, appeal court judge, Nwako Supreme Court. And I won't speak against judges anyhow. But in that particular case, the Supreme Court failed us. It was a political judgment. It wasn't a legal judgment. Because Omo opportunity said Ghanaians ebitimi ama yetie nia ekwan yo fa so a wotimi announce results 3, 4, 5, 6 times and they different. And right from that point, you know, President Mahama, party executives in area so say 2024 is not going to be about court again. Because said we cannot have confidence in the court. So, who percent will improve on Bibia? I was say, Enema Etosin.
Yeah.
2024. One of the challenges I say
2020,
sorry. Your core Congress 2018. Now, Ubia so say you know about to no about for computer near the no. Yenya IT directorate. Now, omo share a horno. No muntimi nya ho adwuma se be ya IT nsem no. Entosin, and it was a dream and a witch, you know, a dream porno, a dream pack. But near happy and say it created a structural problem. And it said, as elections director, there was separate IT director on one staff, ni team across the country, the budget, the program. Sebio minimum hoshe. And to me, Majuma as election director and 7 polling agents, Yamo training. On election day, deploy on election day, 5 o'clock now, I can be no more hand over. Ediama IT directorate, no more so I afamudia. Okay. Kono was a structural problem. It is a structural problem, no. You two abani a report to Penny for no. And you can't say that problem, no, is the first thing we have to deal with. We shouldn't have a separate IT directorate from an election directorate. And no something as I say, I appointed one person as both IT and election directorate. So immediately
that is Dr. Omanebwama.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
It's that structural problem no is solved.
Now I get it.
So what I say, we will no longer have a situation where, as election director, no, just a me try I'm the results in the back and send me to me pushy electoral commission and same baby. So this time, no, the election director is also the election and IT director. No who said they will be pushing. It's fundamentally no, so structural problem now cause other problems no, ya solve. It is a case you bit me and protect here. And just here kind of track, but you can't because there was a structural problem. And I yet to me, I deal with that problem. No,
okay.
Into no. Now the next thing, electoral commission.
Yes,
electoral commission. No, a whole was in my anybody. If you say, me media, meaning say to abapa no kremwa MPP, a bear the miracle of the century, so being 45%. That I say, but omunim say, omu incumbent government and ye mom, so they will do everything. Now everything on by an near mamiensa, sika one, maka.
Yeah.
But they will use a lot of money. They will try and pay people, bribe people, influence people to electoral commission. Electoral commission, ne was Ghana for no kasa. For example, they said Nancy chairman, yeah. Said, indelible ink. Indelible ink one of the systems I had checking multiple voting. Mostly BVD no checking multiple voting and then verification. That's a BVD and BVD task. So what I say. BVD say what me be and it's me program bit me that program BVD no say baby no BVD na enye adwuma. Really? Yes, of course. Machine program. Yet me jamokra. It is a BVD na enye adwuma. Let's just say free for all. Nancy this is the assembly elections I to one of the Sunyane West, one of the electoral areas. A electoral roll by register no different from the use 2020. Different from limited registration no near the mom no different. I think about the same. In the midst of all this no a honor issues what say you might near day na you might kasa your day near you mobilize civil society. Then they say now saying Dr. Freja Akasa Kode so Akasa indelible in Canada we have to use it because Americans in the SCS if it ain't broke don't fix it. All the society bar you are all the society bar to solve a problem. Problem ben now solve by removing indelible ink.
but unim Ansah said you sit here. So decided on FIMUA.
I was here to the free.
How?
No, we have to go there and take over the place. I happened that, Massa. You see, and near my way. What was there? This is about the future of this country.
Yeah.
So what I say.
Yeah.
Say yeah, they okay 2020. Me audio be at the my platform group. And I'm a car say no yechere. I more ding.
O Sunday maybe.
Aha. Na so yechere no. Whatever it would take no yenye NOB say uncle will be leaky and then share say and your friend am say no criminal kind. Because I was here protecting a democracy. Sika ye best say the campaign na no. See you 1% 5% at the yes or yechere no. Na yakotra ho na otwe mienu a eso be ban faso I was here making sure say ade na oye no e de basa yo beba. So what I say
but onim say what mean to
be basa enye theory ne account e akocheck University of Ghana 1994 so 5 ho baby near pay student loan then ya Victor Salome ne why ya committee and all their brofa kese ne ade nam ka say challenge Mariano that day omo blockade buses in GPH and until from Legon campus nearby finance ministry the buy na police for one gate kese no ho no unim ye kuku gate no and the rural finance ministry you take over the whole day.
At your age probably you can't do same and with the Kufado in power you can't do same.
Nasa is not about me. Do you understand me? I'm saying things that must work. If it comes to that, it's worked before and it can work. Because my name is
with their SWAT team and their boys and with guns.
Those days there were guns. Kofi Boakye, well, how did he become a friend? I'm chasing him. You cannot win freedom, chilling, eating pizza. It doesn't work that way. And I pray send America it won't come to that. Because Sebio, my men was starting here reasonable. I say, Yamra back to IPAC, and saying, so hopefully, there's an opportunity so very redeem. But if it has to come to that, it has to come to that. We must do whatever it takes. And that democracy, protest, demonstration, boycott, blocking is a legitimate. So far as I enter to you, whatever we must do, we must ensure. 80, you better put 5 o'clock, indelible ink. Those ones is non-negotiable. What I say. And NDC problem. You see, sometimes more problem. It's all of us our problem. It also be a kasa who was trader, social media can be obia. Yakasa hey, bra, ukra, mukra bra, ukra poma bra. But I hope it will not come to that because so far no. Could do for Peace Council for I am for be kasa former Electoral Commission kasa. Enti me hope we won't get to that stage.
Jemensa Nanado 2024. A man for Jiri say omobeko in violent way. O flag bearer are complaining about Nipa 8 year kuomwa ekufado ankahwe. O national chairman are complaining say now the fear is that they will use the military.
Me issue statement on the anniversary.
On the anniversary
8th of December, me issue statement.
Okay. So and at man for who NDC now as a weaker link, a weak party.
You see, we are a responsible party. That's not a weak party. And I may say the crescendo of energy and tensions are building up now. Bro, no police, no soldier, no invincible force, no commando can stop it all. Take it from me. And you can't. If you try it, you'll be
you better keep it tape with you.
Keep it now. Look, the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. And the power of the people is stronger than any army. Listen carefully. The power of the people. Once I nipadom no Ghana for Dudwana Ariat said no. This is what we want, and this is where we want to go.
But the posture of the opposition party, they carry the will of the people. But then this is not showing that posture.
So I say Boba, yeah, one more apple. We interview a warm apple.
Really?
A warm up. Say and then Ansah chair my press conference.
Yeah.
So what I say.
Yeah.
So it's some more kind. So what I say. You build the momentum. So what I say. If you move sasa, soldier for police for now, they know how to behave. No, who be that? In the year 2000, Oma command, Oma command, grand command.
2008. Me asempa, but 2007 to 2008, no be a humuda and this womb.
Boba.
But among for this, more check because even appointing your running mate has become a problem.
So, insofar as when you're in Kunimno, you can't say Sebibia perfect kumbaya. No, it's now can be legitimate. Among for anxious. So I was more, and I agree. That's why I'm here. And Obi Otibiano, so some who say among for on the ground, no crying more charged and ready. So leadership must respond. And I've told you, say, and then I say, chairman, or your press conference. If you
powerful one,
the press conference,
powerful one.
Who say, and near amount for a kekano, and no I then or channel. So what I say, into a stages. What I say, running mate there. President Mahama Waka said by February, March. No, I announce it. It's a prerogative. Constitution is still in consultation with what I say. But he is the one who, the vice president is a heartbeat away from the president. Nipa will be in Juma the next 4 years. And Mimi position is whoever he chooses, we are duty bound to support 1,000% straight. I don't be framing now. What do you think? I don't think. I'm waiting. Or your choice Nani assume. Whoever. Because there are many qualified people. So whoever he choose, that should be our default mindset. So Kwabena say oh, and there's one far away, then we will create a problem where there's no problem. But also what I said.
Yeah.
And was seeing in a default mindset here, and he said, Ansah, and baby home meeting and minute. So I didn't for back, so repeat it. Whoever when you make his choice now, will give him the 1000% support. Then we'll move forward. These people must go, bro. Me, I can't see any future for this country. My children, the trust in the way this country is going on. The country needs a breath of fresh air. Enough of these people. Enough. They must go.
Anybody now sending me messages? I know issues about the lithium and other things are there. I wish we could have discussed it, but time is not on our side.
Bro, lithium. Let me give you something I found out.
Tell me.
And it will shock you. And I want you. So I'm giving you free apple to take it over.
But use microphone, man.
Once the lithium and some no be so assessment, lithium you been about 24 billion.
Yeah.
Okay. What I found out, from an expert, and they said that 24 billion
dollars or Ghana cedis?
Dollars. Almost all my assessment, the potential for the lithium, in Ghana, 24 billion. Okay. Now that 24 billion, 3 holes. How do they determine lithium? Do say no? Drilling. There's a name for it. There's a technical name for it. So just almost drilling. It's not experimental, but to assess the quality and the quantity of lithium in the ground. So what I said. And she miniature 17 holes. 17 crown. The report
across Bobie, we can find it. Central, OT, Bono.
No, one company.
One company.
Yes. In one zone.
Yes.
Say, and no one some
yeah.
They got 17 holes. Okay.
All one zone.
Yes. Okay. That is to cover that particular concession.
Yeah.
17 holes. 3. And on
are you trying to talk about exploitation?
Exploration.
Okay.
Exploration. Thank you. So 3 and 24 billion. 3. So what about the other 14?
Out of the 17?
Yes.
In the 3 penwas no mabe country.
Yes.
14 no.
Is that one a geologist? Unless you are inside.
But negotiating, they know.
Ask them. Bro, we have a big problem in this country. I don't know what's a young amount for. What they call him? Don't you die?
So one area
Accra FM.
No more tour.
Yeah, the whole Accra mamo, okay? And no more exploratory holes. No more they get 17. All right, 17 no, a more 3 a value and a 24 billion. Aka 14. Do they know? Don't they know? And if they know, why are they not talking about it? Masa, Sapo way, what do we follow our own? We will go into the Guinness Book of Records.
Mehun Chambers. Again, now the Jack Ghana for on this year election, EC, NDC.
Okay. First, let me start with NDC 4. Mr. Ramo, say baby a corner do no, or seeing in a bako. And Yama petty Yama will be called contest election when we need. Then you say, we're fat party no whole time, and I said, no opponent whole time forever. And we yeah. What do I say? Executives, a Jumano Monquamun to me yet. Constituency executives, be assemblyman or baby him so influence or use him. What do I say? branch executive obia meji wadwuma ye nyina ye nkambo. Let's put everything aside because the nation, the future of this country, Ghana for so omo frɛ NDC, omo frɛ Domama. Question I will be saying, can you protect our votes? Ghana for the bisa.
Yeah.
Ghana for eti aye burden at the amaya say we the NDC we cannot afford to fail Ghanaians. And you see in a day again crow, your day akuma pa, your day juma ding. More importantly, I was see Jai Trimode. Mema kawa hase, ya two abapa no kremo MPP. So when you're 45%, and a miracle. What I say?
Yeah.
But at the same time, no matter can say, oh me wait. Enti yenye ni nkunim. Enti I was see Jai Trimode no. Ena na no general kai no. I was see Jai Trimode no. I was see who say nkrofo we no. Omwa say omwa na ye bone no mo nim say so mo free abai ni mu a they will be held accountable. Enti they will do anything, everything possible. Obu kubudi pa ngotwe ena no. Don't you think they will try and do the same thing? Enti the solution is nyina e be ba ko na ma ya ye dwuma den na ma ye ni ye den. Ya ye firm and strong and vigilant. Na Nyankopon so e de nkunimdie amaye. Ghana for we are Ghana ni ba. Statistics de data makenkan ya chewi. Na se wa wo hwe se de oman esi ko. The way ya ban we e baye enema sika odobo just loans o ma gigye ne nemo e de no mo de aye. Look at the state of this country. Enti bisa ho se oman we said their AC kono. Ansah ma Bobie and Bobie has been part of this government. Na you be from Point Quebec so bia o
Ansah no so hwe.
Yeah, a chairman of economic management team with the cabinet. The same chrono book at share to trust them. I mean, you have messed up enough in Ghana for Mr. Mo. So you NDC new, only NDC new, MPP new. Oh, don't mind Ghana. Mr. Come 2024. Omodena Twaba, Manjo Mahama, and the NDC. Now you fresh air, me can be nature and Casano. The ones Ansah crying about no. You real mukra no best son. Oh, we are see a fan in our man on in our on be who your mobile. Nafi won't say new ideas, new governments. Nafi yaba near the Niama Eguaquemo.
Onia Yamin Shrow on no more on treats no aqua MIA. Na yenim se ekwa bia so no ye de ade ba ko pena honorable ya hwehwe afri mu ho good governance mama ye good governance and ano na me ni obi di nkomo na me ka kire ne se obi a onim me ne NDC agudie 8 years NDC pani bia no obetumi aka se Bobie ba office bebusa contract. Honorable Oya Minister, never. President Mills no permasempa. Many natra aeroplane to quite that. The other baby Dominic Kisi, na me manoko. Wa call Dominic asempa. E buy an makache no no. Anya no hear me. But me hear a good environment to flourish. Me hear good education system. Ama me ma. Me hear an environment that met me a coming you must waba. Me ko radio station ma sabe kwase bi mehye no. No abehye no na maboka. Na me de matutuka. Ne matuatua ka ne bia bi de social me courses ya o. Me ne o ka say akoso mo radio no omkɔhye no no. Me de ka 200,000 Ghana. Wow. Enye nyame kura nka nipa na chematum. Matuatua bia de aka de me de to konkonte ka betie di. In Kenya, 8 years. Those days, oh, Bobie MPP ban no be hu pa just obes radiane 8 years. Yanko baby ya. What we need from you people is a good environment to run business. So obi mess me business, obi mess me business, obi mess say ade ekura me, obi metata me, obi ma de me ye ne me ma adie inside. That is all that we need from you. Na krono yes remo krono mu de mba wi abikura mu nwa kete mampoli krono we ya akufod na busuafo e bo krono tantan krono fun krono jimi krono se ya omobo no ahomete some of us si ye hu se mo yesa onua mo be me ya fere ebi kura yentimi nsi abonte ne yakasa yesra mo eniema mienu we ni ahwehwe good governance na krono no
na accountability
aka mamu no mo nka momu o mamu no mo meka mo wa yesra mo una we madamfo awu una we dia me perasem pa ena we dia me nenwa mamu no mo meka mom try said there's difference between the NDC and the MPP the esu di jamo ano
madamfo ba ko me ba no so chiao
Koma.
Me na share a AstroTurf na say. Me all you sports no.
Me what problem with the AstroTurf.
E no share here.
But
I say buy we aba.
Me what problem with the AstroTurf project.
Okay.
Adentina NDC ni MPP mo yes adie no because say most of the AstroTurf na public schools Ansah say me pacho me boa.
Me need the details.
Sana tie uko Jowulua. Uko many places state lands because obviously a PPP.
Okay.
No, omoni abana carbon enti nipa na be invest. Hwe say Jowulu school bi wo ho. Omaji school na sase. Ama baby ankola no kra omobo breaker ombedi agro they don't have it now. Onipa no ji asase no ye project you no dey rent community no.
Invite no. Omra
no. Sadia na ndis mu ye ma we no mabeto aso. That is why I have issues with Coleman. That look, you can't rob the state in this situation. I feel so sad about this.
Enti oba no actually say private business.
Mate, I don't have any issue about Coleman. Sadia no and this is start here.
Yeah. Or the idea ne buy no. Near feel said communities or more assassin. So omo asase na ompeso omo yes ade na ye but this dimension how they be there
they rent even schools no kra no
different dimensions so
schools na omo job asase no then get some more percentage of renters no they don't give them lord come here gibi wo
I think it's important so be man now wait me about
he's my brother we are my friend no
okay
all right
yo
me that's me bring him himself when he live at 100.5 walk by jack
Korame Joso
boko there
Adum
me
na ho kakra
paja microphone here paja ni
me re na ho
paja adai
aho kire wo kuruma
o ka dabi o
ho yam nwa se wa hye fita nra nenne
dabi
se bia
dabi
kwara onim
na wo di esu ba me yi ase
ade wawu
ade mi me ye na so di su ba
kwara ho kire wo kuruma
bema
aho kire wo kuruma ene de akame
hwe ene me ya de mi na me ra ho enu gwa se me yo
na akame
se laundry fu abe famentare ba ku 50 cedis sim na me kai na se me frege yi ka che so on 50 nin send me back on my phone so
mobile money
me che da tare kura na se me nura
da me media na ma ko negative
se da me se white o hwem ti o hwem no se ampa 50 cedis na me say on fan send me na me de to creditor mobi
kwara o de ntije se wa na wo je wa de na aka se wo to abobi
da unu enti enya ni ngwase
ba me ma bo MTN bosi ane enya fere
gen the obejiment yama no buy na ma boju say fita na Masi Santari man was da me da say do cha me da good morning
enti mani abre pa
wo wani abre na me de ngwase say wo ka say
me de ni ama mani abre ne say the reason why me kobo obosia no me de koto textbooks no there is a perception out there say textbooks are buying the man kwara school ya ho budget ama akrofo bi ji hu skadi so hu enti na makọ negative minua enam de tie enti no asutro mienu ohwe emani ha na kwabra na o si ndisi for ya happy game ya yeden musumu isi mo o mfa phone frɛ kwaku ba ko
se on de me ne wo de ayo
nyo mo na rollins ne atames time ne inu o mo akire nsem okroma omo so apu o mo game na GDP na giagu
kwaku akwa ka jo se ne ho kire no
Ah,
waka kyerɛ ne ho kyerɛ no
dabi o
waka kyerɛ wo sɛ ne ho kyerɛ no
so a freedom fighter
fight ma wan
ɔdwene manfoɔ ho
ɔdwene ma wan
enti minim sɛ nka ne Ghana akoduri a GRA panyina dwane nka bi ɔbɛba bɛhwɛ na ma yɛ ɛdi si kɔyɛ kwa ne nsɔre nkwa hene
dabi o
mo nsɔre
ɛgbɛ dami de sɛ me sɔre yɛ akyɛ ɛgbɛrɛfɛ bɛ yɛ ne nan
wɔne kwa mesifa kaa nom nyinaa nsɔre bi
masa o de mi anim yɛ nkɔmɔ nkɔfɔ
yɛ ni nkɔmɔ sɛ yɛ mo ne senior journalist amu okuro
o de wɔn ni senior journalist
woyɛ senior journalist
bibi yɛ o
etimi sɛ mo nso mo nsɔre
bibi yɛ o
nyɛ ndi si fɔ nkwa ne yɛ amane
akorɔmfoɔ no te labɔ ne coffee shop no wɔn sɛ makɔ wɔda akorɔmfoɔ labɔ ne coffee shop no wɔn sɛ mɛ
opro na okodi kan no wɔn na ne anim abusua
no wɔn sɛ akorɔmfoɔ labɔ ne coffee shop media for no wɔn sɛ mɛ si wɔda akorɔmfoɔ ko no wɔn sɛ mɛ wɔn ba kuroma 2008 wateme nka sɛ mɛ ne wɔn anante da
ɔkɔ ɔkura nkɛ bɛkye wa bro kwan ho baabi akeka kɔ
no mɛ kasɛm ma
mɛ kasɛm senior journalist fɔ ho na aba asɛm na odina bɛfrɛm tie bi ɛfom de bɛfrɛ mu asɛm nyi mfirim mo nso mo apo mu game yɛsrɛ mo paa
ɛdi ka kyerɛ wɔn nka kyerɛ
panimfo a mofrɛ mo senior journalist Abdulmalik Kwagu baako woka ho
onipa da sɛ ni avat ohunu nyansa sɛ
kɔyɛ demonstration
na yɛgye COVID tax deɛ wone ne kɔyɛ VAT no
ɛgye bɔɔla tax
wɔgye bɔɔla tax wɔgye COVID tax na wo mo dam a o ga zo nye bodam na
mo sɛ Kwabena sɛ your mama time ɛna kanofori ata na twere letter ne de ya me ka sɛ ɛkɔma GRA sɛ yɛn yɛ yusu kane aboro 50 ayi no
me ba yɛn ho
50 unit no yɛn wɔn gye yɛn VAT sika nyam betu ɔmo ka wa abira wɔkɔgye 1.5 billion
unim yɛn to yɛbo yɛbɛba hɔ memo summarize honorable Evisefi Ankra you know kakra bi be 10 minutes near because document no
said the busia fu no
me ba hɔ tobo star 413 hash first winner ba kwame mame mo first winner ntum raffle and me 1,000 Ghana cedis mo aya mo frɛfrɛ mo fie na commander me twa na deɛ no ene Evisefi Ankra bɛboa mo wabɛhyɛ gap no mu saa thinking sɛ nka me wie ya anka dam sɛ mo ma ya mini time anya de ametwen kwa me nkɔ okay so quick one who follow honorable Elvis tell
ya mami ncha watiefo ni di ka ho sɛ me de ka na ɛbanti na mbo ofufa kyɛ me sɛ ma no fomo a o sisiel Kwabena nenye enenye ntimi wie kura gisem no mienu ye hese betimi akɔ yo mama
kraje
izem no mienu ye sikrom na ye ya pin for fund bi nya sa de ane ne ma akɔ de anwe be yire
wonim de ntia nura ne na me she fitai
e de ntia wo de dadai
arechichire nti na prison ni wura ho
asembe ni
bema
kronuma ye di no
bema
what am I saying?
And never there's a Gabi frame, Mamma Scaran Hameji.
Kwabena na dia made a fly.
And then the Gabi frame, Yameko.
Nenti me bed na wa also the intimation.
Or for dinner, see and Suma Yas. Now, a year is so fiano. Yeah, Baba. And never the coma, and then the coma, and then the Magdanum. Magdai, and this is 4 points. I won't be the ready from Town. Kwabena.
Afedia. Me count say. Yes, your horn word me. But Mohesh.
Baba.
So the idea me about dear Kakra.
Baba.
Hesh. Why don't you mean 19 free to my macro? But all the other moms to the new Kakra. So 50 Ghana. Your head, Yami.
Baba.
Yabiti baby. And yet, Corania Manye. Can't run number.
Ko yensu.
Well, Honorable Evisefi Ankra, former election director of the NDC. Now, why involved in a lot? Our experience under a Charlotte say South Asia, and our experience under a Jane Adukwe Mensa. Ain't you know, or Kasa, we need to now, de Kasana. Well, who said there will be a Juma dear day at here? Kwabena unim. And rana mi timu shishe me pa na mbetana ha. because minim electoral commission consultancy could have place when it comes to election intelligence. Any near beti mi ama omo adwuma na omo je ho boso mi akatua no atena hoda na say kronu democracy na tonsu kwamna elections is about life. So what you say, it's about people's investment. It's about niema bebre ne be komu ansa yetimi run elections. Etinu so tie Dr. Afrejanra onim say candidate ni wa yenim elections or
yeah.
Enti sa oye Jemensa na obe arrogate powers to yourself say we are hand-tired to the extent say Komra Bobie Ansah we are hand-tired to the extent say John Mama Kasa no asuma boss Masare amana beke cancer. Hey, Nadia na abu omumu.
That fucking boy no.
Kawra na mi hunu adokofo ewo kofo yire yi ase na mu se mre ye ninka so. Mami, wa we ya no mo nyina che. Wa we ya na enkura na nyina betomo no mbetomo a. Wa we a kwan be fa so anu BP aduru kura ho be yemode. Because they will make you account for the unjust, unfair treatment amodema nchirima no. Say, ye kwa koto aba. Abato a ye to no. Besin ne yato a declare Akufo-Addo after 3 years per congratulatory message. As we speak, Supreme Court timia facilitate say Jemensa entimi nchire e Ghana Supreme Court say Nana Danko Akufo-Addo or the resource we and answer resource we and a winning 2020 election as we speak. Until Honorable Elvis say as I say at all costs, Kwabena Jemensa jitum say indelible ink no and na honum na miduru ya and say na brenti entimi anchirim Kwabena unim e so important say Kwabena me jina baby a referendum nipa timi atom printing 100 leaflets e di aden akwa akoto ballot box unse na no na contest bi anim ye pe region ye pe me jina baby nipa atom printing 50 leaf e di akotum and so near the biometric machine e verify. The law allows for manual verification. Election bia woni say about 15 to 18% obun konkoto aba. Enti omo de atutrafo ekotwa ba bi pamo NDC fo. Te say ne honorable ekan na no indelible ink eba mu anu se nipa we koto aba no. Ya mark na kire se wato aba dada. No aba na kobra ya san tete ama no. No de akogum me kan omo nim say 18% into aba na 18% of that electoral area no. Nipa 5,000. No amuko tom printed ballot box no favor MPP man of 4,800 MNDC 200 utie mi ye pa na ya de beka sa electoral area no compromise nipa binum electoral commission officers compromise e de beka ni a fill manual verification form say sa 4,500 ni nyina no omoto aba indelible ink ni ho enti no omo use manual verification a part of the law de to aba no. Now, what can I say? Momunya constituency be 5,000. Okay, 5,000 but 270 more. How many votes? 5, 10, 50,000.
That is huge.
Huge. The constituency now more 80,000 votes, 100,000 to say Shama mo 90,000 no. Kwabena nipa na to ababi a 70,000 20 nto. Ebia 80,000 10,000 nto Kwabena Hong Kong omunya constituency mako 100 no omutwa 5,000 votes edigo manual verification. Well fidie ni say on ya set ya fidie ni say the honorable can say and reject ya na say koba so omso afidie ni mfanti yan ko manual biometric verification machine no near didn't sabe too so ebeka verified no or no and on in a war unquintable near one funny says so man verified no. The other option is we count the paper.
have attained 67 years of independence. They worked under what we called indentured servitude. Now, indentured servitude, because even though they have slave masters, that is how it began in America. But it got to a time now before adane emua ayedom gu cage mu na sabrofo person manager omakohwe emua no a egu cage no, and yet they were human Africans. It got to a time a sabrofo school na so before school, because now say before nyenipa. It got to a time a sabrofo hospital and a so before hospital, because you say sabrofo na nyenipa. And you say abra ye fa nananom a yedom gusu sen no shape no yedom kono senananom bi ayare a yemomadro yesom ye waste intini ye jiwo me ya tomato nso no. Such pains our forefathers went through. And it will interest you to know, for those of you who are not visiting Cape Coast Castle, Asori was so under the slave dungeon, baby na yakura Ghana for no so from. Now, according to history, Sabrofono ya sorry ya no tese. And before Ghana for no su e wase ha, omu yede de wase ha. No mo fra sorry dem won mababa bro. Ansah ma se akwa kwoto ma sorry so. I am telling you that nobody will liberate ourselves but ourselves. Kwame, penyu we mame. Old pirate, yes, the robber, and so I took the merchant ship. Many years after days took I from the bottomless pit, but my hands were made strong by the hands of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing the songs of freedom? This all I ever have, redemption song. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds, with no fear for atomic energy, cause none of them can stop the time. Now listen, how long shall they kill our prophet whilst we stand aside and look? Oh, some say it's just a part of it, but they gotta fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing the songs of freedom? This all I ever have, redemption song. Now these are songs a yes a giant a free drink wasumo. I'm not surprised that Virginia Palmer, the United States of America ambassador to Ghana on the 1st of March, make Ghana from penny for because a secret meeting. And I am learning, sir, people like special prosecutor Nikrofaka meeting be concerning homosexuality. And in that meeting, special prosecutor so President Felix won't get to chances are that. So from slavery to colonialism, the state that Ghana is in now is called neo-colonialism. And according to Nkrumah, his book, Road to Mental Freedom and Colonial Freedom, he calls this the last stage of imperialism. Not just say, we're saying Abrafuno de Yadjini and the D and so. And until again, and you know, 1 penny chrome casabim. And until again, and you know, 1 penny chrome be any beam. And until again, and you know, was one you bring your bower, your baby be be my. And until again, and you know, 1 penny before time, yes, be. And until again, and you know, who say Unubia. Now, those were the times I saw. Young many of upon to make us say, so walk up, I call you and couple no more Brunia sign, won't you be that? So, from that, they created in our minds inferiority complex. They created in our minds inferiority complex. They created in our minds inferiority complex. So, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a country we no more wear our names, we don't wear our clothes, we don't wear our food, we don't wear nothing. Etienne, me say Abofrano, was here a friend of Samuela, one page bodino. Because or dream say, Nindia Muno, Nyansamuno, and your Nyamo Samuela Musinji body. And I wouldn't now care, was it mean pen now care no? from Genuela. According to no to Dako, or some penna no to Dako, I have been Christianized, and so called me Joshua. And yet on free Israel, and yet of Fratim Osino, and yet he want to be an Israeli. And yet of Nampanduri in the north, but because he has been Islamized, he wants to be a man from Saudi Arabia. I am asking, sir, 67 years after independence, and then we achieve so mine, we have achieved nothing. Hey, let me tell you, Ansah Kwame Nkrumah on April 27, 1972. Now Kwame Nkrumah built at least over 400 major factories. Time Kwame Nkrumah yakusumo dam, time motorway, any major factories in Ghana no. That some major countries in Ghana, in the world, they were also doing the same thing. After Kwame Nkrumah, what next? I am not saying nothing have been added, but today, colonial masters we have times 2 colonial masters leading us, because you cannot tell me say God in Gwagisberg, Akufo-Addo, you can't tell me that, because in 1925 God in Gwagisberg, you can say Kolobu Hospital, Nana Akufo-Addo boy was in hospital when we were. You cannot tell me say Adin Clark, Nana Akufo-Addo so better say no. Because we thought to say, yeah, so little did we know that we were voting for our own enemies. In the name of Ferguson, and so Sasa to gold. And now about time called what? On any butter form, and so baby on that form, Assassin say, then Chambo diamonds, Esho. Ghana will be there. I can't answer that we are penning for. Ghana has everything, but we lack the common sense of leadership. And that is why we are suffering. It is sad. Come, it's sad. What's on the Meshada Kasa? What's on the SS match? But so what tell me, Mibisa? Me see a DNA 67 years after independence. 67 years after independence, Obruni Nebeka say, Oba and 4 bar, that Bremen 4 bar, a sovereign country like Ghana. We cannot stand up to the West. We can stand up to America. I've been to the American country of Vladimir Putin said Russia and to the Samia. Sagewa, go back to the Samia. Now maybe I said to me for Mr. Bisha, the boss, no boss, and son Makaisa Mrao, we Jimmy Sir. We Jimmy Okomano Sir, no boss, and son. So we do them at one. Yeah, but trust me, homosexuality, but my mental idea was simply come. My mental idea was briefly. Mammy, Kwame veterans in this uncle. Also, on the still what you say, President inside. What's the minimum bedding come more about Ghana freedom, Miss Hanyaman, huh? Because Samuni Mwana Akufo-Addo at the crack about one thing, and now Wakasa, Yababa Akufo-Addo voice and only idea. But I'm person me try to be kakra. But 2 minutes. What LGBTQ plus? Number 1. Mommy, will tell me. Papa will tell me. Say your best nation went to the school. It's young town no master bita French. Say you couldn't talk. Mommy, my name a Jimmy phobia one from professors in Kwadijiska. And my mama in Diwam home. And my man from to. You're too savvy now. You're near break because you're Tracia. I am telling you some corrupt people, some greedy people. But with this guy, I'm a net mutu about the Tonga Ghana. Like you want to say amen. So be the professor Gadjoko whatever. Or be so the professor Manu whatever. The board of Vanessa and some who for said they have audacity to go to court. Say Ghana, you guys are sick. How I wish I was the president. How I wish I was the president. Not for saying some way from any so. And America should come and tell me how to run my country. Now listen. Mommy, so be a LGBTQ plus eligible lesbian. She said, almost say, young to say, Obaba na wawono. Onia, no worry, Bema, or no Oba and worry. Jane is the honor gay. Mammy, or so Oba Bema noa. That's your person, you know. Onia, Mount Kawari Oba. One sabi only Bema and Concorda, no more worry. Say your mom who can yen to Ghana. me chiro ni enti a ye pass mra etia no afa bi ni de ho no mo bisexual ma me san krofo no de om so me ne mama da mama sign in mada enti na akufo de sei me ni se wabro no na jaya basa na akufo de se wabro ni nya de a na che se wabro no bisexual we lesbian na de bo anhwe ni akufo ado san krofo no mo se ye njintum na emfire ma me ye ni free ho no mo a ti ni je ho ma transgender ma me transgender ne se o mo se ye nya wom awurade abo no so ye be ma o se da bi awurade ni nya sasabi eye sanka awurade bo no wo ba enti no ye nya mra ne ma mo ho kwan se o ho no mo a doctor enna ne oba be ma na doctor na ne be ma oba ma me ye ni free no ma kiu no je ho no ma krie enkrofo bi ho no mo se send awurade bo ho no ese bia nke Bobie bi kese ye Bobie bi kitwa awurade anya ne ma ne yie wa ho enti enema eni omo ne ma be hia no etwase ye jam ho kwai na mo so ye ne mo be ye ai ne gina ho ma intersex no kire se obu won what say ye wo no a sabi mpanyifo no sabi akudonto owo ba de no ana owo be ma de no eno kura mpo de nkanya nsem kura no at least wutimi se ba ko wahu na akaba ko se nkrofo no so mu hu no mo de etie mo kwan na ne mo pe no mo so nye ana ma me ye wo any drama is sexual just they are not attracted to any sexual orientation. It is microphone no there some sex na mo kanu there wo they don't care about it they mo pe no be but mama nia ehu enso ye pansexual or you can call them the libidoids asexual sa pansexual fan almost say omo de yenya omo na nyamu pe bi omo nye almost say manso etimi no ka say mama papa wuti mo se yenya omo ne omo ware dua enti yenyi ntum say Ghana ye honu ma na osofo afra mu say mombra ye kwa wedding ye beko na kwa me kwa ache one ne yiri dua esi wonu mo be ware kroma menkase obi a one kraman na mbia na tisao but yo esikafo bebrere sa ebi mu ni kraman ko jogging sa omo ne omo yire no mu nenam omo mu kunu mu nenam because omo nya ya eno na mo pe and mama lastly because of time edoso ye won krofo bu e from bestialism they indulge in what we call bestialism ni omo say omo press Ghana ye jitu mi say omo no so mo kon no ba omo kon no bema na mo kondo emwa enti once na just wakoko to se bi wani mu a na once na ye ne obey wona se a sabi tafrache wudi dia fache me ebi mu se ye mo ngare nkraman ye mo ngare mponko ye mo ngare nyan because omo anka se omo ye nyan omo ye mponchi omo ye kwe mo ye moa because aboa le ware aboa na me dia I'm saying this on authority presidency ni pa when fin sharing the presidency for the first time will face the wrath of the youth in this country. Now that will be the time when Dan Parliament will say, "Aye, so the tuning can be." They should joke with our destiny. They should joke with our future. They should joke with our children. If they have corrupted the system, no more Jessica, but we will not allow them to put their nonsense on our country's future. Bra, onia ana yanko Facebook akra
se
mo de memo din no omo aba no
okay
Eric Derry wa me so wa on Facebook no share my ene ye be adwuma o ene se ne ye be kan adwene ye hyase se ne ye be kan adwene ye hyase me se ne ye be kan adwene ye hyase bi nyimi okuruma Salma Aminu danko for mahu Sagacity Vem I see you FM Ambition King I see you all right Eric Derry you here Kwabena Kwedu who's with my joining on Facebook Betty Pendamana mo messages na kan mam say see the recall Grievances ko over all right so Della Hammond I see you Piaga you're here Maxwell Ansah you're here Fafali Ati Chugbe you're here Possible Bills you're here that's right mama here Musa Abatwa and so Eshahana Mobi Samson Julie Belinda Obri you are here Ayi Michael is here I've done Dele Hammond already Dada Ricky is here Maxwell Akpagbo is here Justice Arthur is here Tete Michael is here Daniel Mensah is here Alberto Kan is here Kujo Isaac is here a whole lot of people mama Kosro kakra na menso menye be 5 bi Alidu Gaddafi I see you Shama Ba Edina Benya, you hear Ibrahim Sani Kose, Ebenezer Ben Ellis, Nana Kofi Ahin, Kinsley Francis, I'm missing me. Francis Avon Clear. I see you, Kujo Isaac, you hear Vivian Upon. Okay, so a host of others. Mr. Obi on Facebook, Bia, you remember me. Mr. Share link, you know. Share link, you know. Someone share link now. Sankrofui, Honwana, Wamabagu. Because Yami will say, and I could for the Besha Fakwatikwaso, says, Kromo Court to Chrono Shumachi. Says, somewhere court in a Kuford and Shumachi. It's Yanya Bia, says, but over Kufad Weno to so, come over Kufad Weno. The battle fire from Nagina Babontino.
The sound of voice. No,
it's Yama voice. Okay,
Yambo voice. Okay,
Yama voice.
I know Bina, I said I know Bina.
But you still believe, say, Nana Kufado's one sign?
Oh, I still believe, say, Nana do Danko Kufado, old mean sign.
You still believe so?
Sign because Richard the last guy.
Yeah.
Of CTFM.
Okay.
And ne or no, and what time I 7 that Supreme Court say. Nana do Danko Kufado. Anti LGBT bill no.
Yeah.
I said I can on sign no.
That's right.
Or the what's the court and say my court no Accra FM my court no man Nana do kwan say Nana do on sign we no.
I didn't.
But there is some
Cratch no. Also my friend is saying
Richard the last guy.
We gay.
I don't know.
Maybe so we gay.
I don't know. But
Utie say so we be yes an infection no kwam.
Yes. Utie Nana do asema enra.
Enra na wo ha no.
Yes, enra na ba.
Mamemo. Ma video bi ho ana memo ne sei. Memo wa ha. Okay, more fire. Okay.
I'm aware that last week's bipartisan passage by Parliament of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill on a private member's motion has raised considerable anxieties in certain quarters of the diplomatic community and among some friends of Ghana that she may be turning her back on her hitherto enviable, long-standing record on human rights observance and attachment to the rule of law. I want to assure you that no such backsliding will be contemplated or occasioned. I think it will serve little purpose to go at this stage into the details of the origin of this proposed law, which has yet to reach my desk. But suffice it to say that I have learned that today a challenge has been mounted at the Supreme Court by a concerned citizen to the constitutionality of the proposed legislation.
Ansah. Utie na Akufo-Addo was say when yantiye and ehunu say
yes
citizen be the asem no akokot
a concerned
citizen but omonye na mfa the last guy asem no a kwa make no to Facebook
the other court no share
date no
and date here
and say fit na yeah o 6 months and fit
and fit yeah and the fourth and
fourth so it's na the launch cathedral
yes ochina na ye ko
national cathedral okay
nti ochina no na do ne baonyane kenfrata ne
tigana fu nyina be ko
yes nti ochina so ho na ye kwa
fire nti na fifth
ana
Eugene for the last guy we no to my yanko
ana eyendra so ana nanado obi na no ka asem wi
eyendra
yes
okay
and I think endra nimre okọ Eugene Honoma, Eugene Krana, a day we flyer.
Let's say Saturn, not the last guy in Franco.
Saturn, not the last guy in Franco.
For the year, they who saw the back.
That's the question. Aye. Nana, say to the sure say, Nana, don't go Kufado. On to me, sign because Obekai, the same.
Mammy Joe, come.
Your interview, a fair marking. Oh, city wa. Anna. Upon leader of majority leader.
Yeah. majority na ubenya because it is or say chairman bonso mpini to
so that's what so being the cause of the being the cause of the interview with anyway Benadavle no
okay Kwame just a quick one ma Ghana former Facebook
okay
na omomra mehwe because ye dey ato am so
no airport salmon
airport salmon na because omomra no mo mehwe
no mo
check date no
yeah
because they ya ne klara kakra me share dem hunu ha
ombie ne kese kakra
ombie ne kese kakra
okay
ombie because I say but wait me about Facebook or the atu onum
say Richard the last guy oba born house na man so
the parliament no the way
no say top one no Richard the last guy
that be say free Supreme Court rate one
say Supreme Court na just stamp no stamp na boss no
yeah no see be
who date no
yeah
5th March 2024 and on time no so time near I think 1 p.m. 100
okay
we are fresh
onim kwam me pese Ghana fu etie in ba Facebook say na be ya wo chire mu a they can follow because the bone of contention and I say adekodia e pese ya address ni say na Akufo-Addo kanenra say consensus in BD anti-gay bill na court
Supreme Court
meanwhile no enne one on the back of the court
and Richard the last guy of CTFM
Richard the last guy of CTFM the boy it here then Akufo-Addo who say obi the back was it arranged
here maybe try link
Facebook here they are two on the basis here
maybe try link between Richard the last guy
more fire
and the MPP government
more fire
now the interview affair marking on onyane
at the Facebook brother here at the Facebook
onyane majority leader no ana all that's na all chair Benadavle say ne since oba parliament omo aboa na pa
okay
3 journalists omo aboa na pa
what's when the kind
affair markings
who
they say the same affair marking that the majority
one now authority bill no
yes
okay
the same person na
okay
authority bill na all cheche mo kasa say na crown ogusu kasa and adena crown parliament and pass
parliament pass
o say lu baby o say parliament and pass and I'm shocked.
It was what chair journalists been.
It and all chair say about parliament no. Omo boa na the opo masema and your mo and
basically over Facebook I share na obi ehunu eye Supreme Court rate na da over Facebook I share na obi ehunu ye ma no kure ni ntro no so obi a wo tie adwuma die obi apɛ no kure it means ya no na program no it wo ba share man
enti ana obo Richard the last guy
obo reading
say oh me try creating link between Richard the last guy and MPP government
more fire
Richard the last guy and only affair marking
more fire
me try creating that link so from the one when they say these two people
they have
a link so they say it enemy one was say omema omakra I Richard the last guy and that's a Supreme Court
already so now you see a briefing about that
Richard the last guy to be a lawyer or no lawyer no kosi awabrochi was sponsored by the MPP
abrofo na actually no
yes
MPP so na sponsor no
MPP na sponsor Gabin
ana MPP gay agenda na ba
yes
ana ye here obi no dey push MPP gay agenda me o to da akoso mu ni se mo mba me boma so to bi esia
iti ye no bia say ye use Richard the last guy oh because ya one more year lawyer iti enye the piano na or the choir na president mo say president adenen ko ye no wo wait me hu ne say obi de ade akọ Supreme Court
Akufo-Addo ne mu bi
senti na me choose
ade na sase
enti na me choose out me sign
me ya to wase kwam me ya to wase ne akwa de ahwe Akufo-Addo sign
up to now omo amoboa ye ma ye yi Charlotte say free one
yeah
omo betre ni omo betre send pa
kwame na hold on afa Eugene fa nana Akufo-Addo flyer no enu na me hia
oh say no voice na abo no
yeah but person can me de to na Ghana for be hunu o say sometime for one be hunu no see he raised two major important issues
okay
baako the external pressure baako private one when you court issues yen dwell on these two kwame the issue of external pressure no Nana Akufo-Addo na catch they say Ghana beyond aid.
Yes.
What's in your finance ministry at the common Nana Akufo-Addo e nyina so a won say ma Nana nyina so say be one sign bill no a won say be lose about 3.8 billion dollars na no menye aid whether loan or grant enye aid. If we have a president was say Ghana is beyond aid, why should the president and the government be afraid? Say external functions be better support to be a brain. And the other one actually Richard the last guy Eddie ne sama court.
Nonsense say
court no president who know and then who say what the
Richard the last guy or journalist
was city.
Oh, CTFM osan so ye lawyer.
And
sponsor by Gabinom. So kwe ne law no mo nsu Ghana ogo so abuchi.
Yen so kura wan the best sponsor.
So muti.
Mo sponsor ye bio. Na mo so mo de ba ya boa mo de mo ndi so mu.
But you know it's funny. It's funny because
everybody
say Nanado minim say Nanado a prophet o so I don't know.
That be oye not dreaming.
Unim the shocking thing woman. Yilebi, ya passing Yileb, unim say 2 days. And another sign.
Kwame mama charger. Me phone you do mom charger mama.
2 days. And another. Any sign Yilebi. Ya passing and now. Say no Tuesday.
Yeah. Kwame
Wednesday Thursday.
So bodiem.
Kind.
My main kind ya
point by point.
Ya to no. O say me ba cho bra Facebook ne be hunu ni American no. Oba Nana Akufo-Addo she ne fugu fita ana wa share ne chichi spectacle wa share ne diamond watch ana Nana pese obi ehunu say wa ware beautiful Rebecca enti odi ne sabo mu no ne ring ni show kama Nana unity kwabo ana so shine ana ote na konwa no a yede ama Land Cruiser ba kwa ba bi obeko bia na Ghana fuel ekono na atifi asem no was President Akufo-Addo on anti-LGBTQ bill. I am aware, and this is Akufo-Addo speaking, I am aware that last week a bipartisan passage by Parliament of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Value bill on private member motion has raised considerable anxieties in certain quarters of the diplomatic community and amongst some friends of Ghana. So near the kind also why you aware say bill na ya pass no and crofo na me ya duani dia ya mo ya bre 67 years it will say ya mmoa no was say crofo na hu say you guso ya mmoa because you will leaders they are not able to stand up to the West it no ne hope so omampeni. And don't forget Akufo-Addo is a pro-Western element. When we talk of pro-Western element, there are people who have the physique of Africans but the mind of white people. We call them pro-Western elements. Okay. Yantuaso. Or say, hitherto, which I said before now, enviable long-standing record on human rights observance and attachment to the rules of law. I want to assure you that no such backsliding will be contemplated or occasioned. It is raising another issue with reference to human rights advocacy. And don't forget, Nana Akufo-Addo touted himself as a human rights lawyer. And so, or a human rights lawyer, Nana Akufo-Addo abegidi because or a former chairman of ECOWAS, na landing no co school ni niema. Chances are that it was say original the side of human right. But let me tell you, homosexuality come in human right. I think it will serve little purpose to go at this stage into the details of the origin of this proposed law, which is yet to reach my desk. Nana, it is on your desk. Parliament, dear bro, Nana, bill, it is on your desk. Man can't say Ghana for say it is yet to reach your desk. Bill, Nana, it is on your desk. Hey, you GI, when about one more Ansah Santi baby too. Monfa kosa siya. Nana Akufo-Addo say, bill now, one pass in name no. Hey, bill, you GI who say Asante be. Ana am the come from Opare. That's what I'm the command.
Senior, meba.
Say, what the Ghana formula is there. You can read for yourself.
Say, Nana do say, I didn't name you do ni wa obwa.
Do what? oh yankase pani bua nso de
oboa
oh kwa me jai sa oboa pani for government de me jai oboa yankase pani bua
oboa
kasenye no kre
enti ena oboa
oh kwa me kasenye na ka nanya no kre nkase oboa
ozo ndu ne ho
Yehowa enti emi no wamba
ena mi bisa say you levy it take you 2 days
ano de sign
it take you 2 days and now the sign when okache say a concerned citizen
yeah
at the Assembly Supreme Court meanwhile na 1 p.m. what the emphasis say
what they forget one ne or the boy ne eti den na kufa do trole tenra no ohum say private person dey be call
any letter oka oh and the voice na boy
but let me say I'm reading the voice okay me says den na kufa do hum say obi dey be court
iti one say fit last week na no me sure
say na matter what say so onsan
na nado dan kufa do omo a omo surrounding ho those around him Jubilee House both the party mu ne omo keke kan nyina
that's right
ebinum ege
yeah
so tiase
yeah yes ebimo yes high profile personality yes ebimo ye gay so president and one minute
ye gay no so no nyam kwala our government ni
serious
yeah they are big guys big guys
omdiom to and again the 3 years
minim
sebi obi
with this Charlie you will not sign but
that's debut
they will advise the president say president
sign
yebi they're part of it
okay council of state for the month is council of state man advice for the man say they say munyina mu yegeso they say send here
so let's call on council of state
we are calling on you
say Omamboa na
that is a munyina mu yegeso lesbians
na wan say
ohini ba ko no
babibo
ohini no say dwa be hini no bibu ne pa ono ontesa
esina meba
yeah
bibi chimaso ti bibi
ha wo
na I think say lawyer BTA lawyer kesi BTA obeti me da say ma court
okay
adena me de court no judge ruling for injunction to so say okay adena me de aba no
yeah
ne kwan so ano nti me de injunction na to so say me da say court
okay
say unsi udan
yeah
na me da say ma court
na court verdict maya
yeah we jai dan ni si
o da bi si dan we unya lawyer masa unya
lawyer obo
ka ti jai obo wa mami chro me go school me administration law
pocket
relax say me lawyer ba ko ni bi ba me pocket lawyer
fantastic me say
Kwame
someone should educate
also an interlocutory injunction comes from the court or until there's a court verdict. BBNC. So you can continue with the normal process.
So it is a Richard the last guy of CTFM. At the assembly, Ako Supreme Court 1 p.m. Really my Nanado don't go for that 18 say Andra Obi the assembly court into ruling by intimate sign. Now strategically what they are going to do and say
yeah
say assembly court na unim say Oliver Becker or the same
yeah na Oliver Becker Becker was
or the same court I think last year ago or say no 2 years ago unim that ruling nearby
yeah but
or that year ko admit to move. So what they are going to do is say
Kwame pa there.
What they are going to do is say when are they
come? We yan kan chire o.
When are they come?
We yan kan chire o.
Wouldn't that ruling the baba?
Don't you have eyes?
Wouldn't that ruling the baba?
Na Kufuor the person shift that the next government baba no abe sign.
Wouldn't that ruling the baba?
Baba 2020 baby.
Wait.
Ba only baby.
Really wait. Baba 2020.
So what follow and some Kufuor do match. They be or strike is a private member motion. Let a be an akasa be Kufuor Bekabia private or person international community no say private member and your government and your public FM. As one na Kufuor say not under your watch and assign him we be see. But let me tell you, baby, we should blame Kufuor. and Bawumia. Hey, let me ask you. In all this, Bawumia Kasai.
Oh, Bawumia can be here.
What is Bawumia's position?
Bawumia because Bawumia, the finance minister, are currently here.
Yeah.
Bawumia and then the Koshe. And as finance minister here, oh, Muslim. So,
one also the one Muslim.
I say because
Sika 3.8 billion.
Yes, Sika we.
It's a Makufa don't sign.
It's Makufa don't sign. Ironically, what they are telling us, Bawumia also support.
Yeah.
Or support.
It's alleged to say gay for a sponsor Bawumia.
Into or support game.
Yeah, because Bawumia him say one support one mra he should also make his
say. Oba say the Bawumia ti nya kukudu say.
Yeah.
Mutu abamania metwe yi levi mu.
Enye metwe misro.
Ose metwa
nka metwa.
Metwa okay na me so say
na metwa.
Kafra ene mo fan na me so say metwa.
Enye metwa.
Metwa.
Yeah.
Metwa. Okay. Nti oso ba.
Asem fi.
Oso ba. Obe apology.
Yeah.
Yi levi mebo. Oba betting. Tax of betting. Obe ye free yo. Bawumia
na 11 when they buy and you know ye chairman of economic management.
I say on support.
What are you talking about?
Ye pese ye fa na asem we a na o mejira so nche say oba ye to aba mana ana say ye ni oni ye kaze sie on support
me ba gay kwame ye nsi sudia say o mampanin dada kufo wa kire ne stance say on support gay
and on clock say no say utie kufo dos say the original
fefe yeah eti kufo so support
many free so
Fly Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings me eti say on support homosexuality.
Yes,
on also the stance by John Dramani Mahama atable say okay atamos crowd dey say mo fan so ho what David Cameron former prime minister of UK say mpemu 8 into so support gay afei Mahama John Dramani Mahama actually stance said there be
saying the faith
or no was in the faith because the Assemblies of God ni
yes
na Kufuado what the emphasis say we are anoma kokoni but to some extent on also actually say not under his watch
yes
and the mamiji say obesign mimi owura Bawumia o say yento so as president what is your stance because my JD say gay for the support say you gay for the support owura Bawumia come out my young so support homosexuality is it true so we can say on support si can sponsor on maybe more na ntina way dey no Ghanaians need to know because you to mean to about more be no but we need here homosexuality into never we will resist the oppressor's rule not even America no country can force us me no make catch
so Nanado say adenko Supreme Court on for ruling beyond by say or the injunction to Nana say Nana and sign but Nanado ankasa won nyansem mu no o say akonkwa de men sign
kwa me forget obeti Nana Kufuor de beti me assign
on sign
ti udeti Nana Kufuor de beti my lie we say Ghana force on sign was sign na Supreme Court abagu
but the shocking thing woman say
obeti ma sign na Supreme Court abagu
Supreme Court in ruling well injunction to so
Supreme Court beti me abagu na obeji atum enye sa
so okay and only I think that what I want me measure they say I need to go to Supreme Court and tell Supreme Court say muni na na do free o say and also
muni ni free o say
I
and say
because they don't say obi etimi ni bibia akọ
I'm sure say you need a two-third majority in parliament and it is in an entrenched part of the constitution. Supreme Court intimi nka se we Kufuor the free
parliament parliament atirase assemble agi amount
a vote of censure crampo who pass in the president crampo no and now pass in the minister crampo or my pass of parliament and it must take a president to agree or not
I don't simple parliament assembly asadaje ko baby bebre agi amount for atwenche ewo sa LGBT
ba me anya de we
o ma ye ni nyina ewie meba mba o ma ye ni nyina ewie ahwe mu bibia o mo se fatin na ebi so mu na o ma tenase asemre hwe hawa speaker abababen abrewa de we hu esi su se ono kia ne ken obehwa ma anti LGBT bi no ya pass o ma ye ade we nyina ewie ekodu na na do enima o se one ade ne kran me to the table so two ade na me to the table no so no we hu
kasagu mic no
ade na me to the table no so no wase hu ne say obi de akọ Supreme Court ayendra na Supreme Court do bi nda kono nipa no e da na court nti ono ontimi nsan bra parliament abra ye djuma we nyina o ma nyina
I know they forget parliament but maminka we na ye ni sanko we hunto emu akwa ba maminka we in all this the church is silent.
Oh, sir,
in all this
no
because the church I'm not talking about an infinitesimal group.
Catholic Bishop Conference abeka say no almost say nanado ansanya
yeah
MPP
we need no
I want to quote them right
paraphrase
don't paraphrase it don't patch any say oman senanado ansanya onwa na
no just vote
against them
no crowd there whether or sign or not crampo and nobody will allow them to escape accountability
and Pentecost also for na animated you know
o say kasa
no
ayi former one
Pentecost also for na
former yeah
Pentecost from there out and then ochina
yeah
no mo who say almost oh no sorry don't make us munjin too but omo na do pressure any ba o pressure
okay mama fa ka we so na men kan say mama mu etie ye papa mu etie say citizen show ana mu etie
but onia so ochina ye ko
so ochina ne ye ko commission
omo commission ndi unto say ochina ye ko show ne fu
to ko de ono wato na tade
afo show no amrani
hunto mabiewu ye sha se ba mabiewu ye na style bia bi ye
ochina no oh say no program outline no
when the say where am I to ba
say omo ya wo de no na ye so omo ya omo de no na ye so ye fa bi their life na citizen show no
opening no matter say opening prayer Danka Williams
Archbishop
on a bomb pie no
when this one resign
Jumadie no
one this one resign
on a BBA ano na nipa obetu solo unse nya owura so yeah Joyce ayi
more for ya
ebeto eye solo no first Bible reading and also so every men's table
what's the program
yeah on a first
Bible reading
no more reading we are the first hymn on beto no
okay
darky word mills
and a belly thank you for the man resign have na do
but that
one resign
o ma resign fi nyame so mo o mo resign me ba
so what part is on the book
o mo resign no mo be ka chese national cathedral na fe de enye say yensi bi
oh so mo say dem be koso yi tie daga o say no kuro
enema mienu o mo nyina si national cathedral na ye enti en for my Ghana sika ensi enti no mo kokosom ye as a board of trustees
ba no de san kabone bi national cathedral kabone bi anim
ena wonim se ba bia politics wo ho bia person interest ye adwuma ena obi interest how supersede wo interest ena wo se wanya wo interest no resign and to resign from the board of trustees but their interest in the national cathedral say e yade pa and the taxpayers money sino omo denounce omo and the
commission
just catch me say opeso catch me say ne ye commission national cathedral ochina no mo because of my resign no all resign no wan ka say national cathedral no kamada adwene wo say enya de papa wo say
apart from that na nyame fi o me ya
very good to make us ochina that word mess when the be first him no be lead obi ya vote of thanks osofo na nvie mienu no
Adujam fi
ya Adujam fi on na be vote of thanks
Adujam eni ba bi ne ayi
Reverend
Kusibuatin
we holy pit and to channel but wa awon de bebrebe si wa oba se bi opa awon na wunya
Mahama. Nyamin Shra.
Now, dear, everybody is chasing world records, so from singathon to cookathon. Me too. I am also setting my own record in watchathon with my Go TV. 24 hours of non-stop quality entertainment, unlimited sports, plenty drama, and exciting kid shows. And you too can watch some on Go TV in our sweet Achedie Kessie deal for Ghana month. From March 1 to 31st, get a decoder, Go Tenor, and 1 month Super Plus subscription for only 199 cedis. 199 cedis you. Mess like a cra. Grab yours today at 80 Souls Point and spice up your entertainment. Go TV. Love it.
Well. How is your good life?
Mine has been great, you know. My entire family and I sleep under an insecticide treated net every night, throughout the night, and wake up feeling sound every day with absolutely no mosquito bite.
My good life has been terrific. My entire family and I, we wash our hands with soap and running water before we cook and eat, and after using the toilet, we don't play with it.
When my wife was pregnant, I accompanied her to every antenatal session. She took all her medication, ate balanced diet, and gave birth without any complications. My good life has been smooth.
Let's all come aboard Good Life and live healthy and happy. Good Life, live it well. It's an everyday thing. Good Life from Ghana Health Service and partners with support from USAID.
Sima Ediana Bako Abo Apa Nomian Saho Jumedi Ding did the Citizen Show ha Accra 100.5 FM. Yeba Besin Kunya na Yedi or my home como a man yosam. TVB baby bitima bo mangana na o mine ni swadi hunu afa ntoma pafrano ano ne twase yesi ne koso na ye twana basane sra yeah problem kakra with Facebook, so if you are having challenge it's just a little problem we're working out. I want to believe sir it's national because you try say baby but me and then the other point, you know, yeah, but 67 years after independence, or mine Ghana, are we proud as a country? About 68 million citizens. I pray I had it right. And according to the Minister of Education, you did a photocopy. A year last year, when I was in, you did such huge amounts, go photocopy. Now, maybe so. You craft photocopy machines for Frana and of course the major issue are penny maninsi on the anti-gay and also the puntia but you better Ghana the next one okay somewhere hunto abekainsa of course udikan etseninka the ofihanum yen century mapa na udinin kwe original TV original FM bra ha ye say ne nuanom so babeka densa bra akwaba
ejimenia apomie
apom de say Yehowa ntino eye nanka ba ko no de ne yankanye but ebe
rade ase ye nua ba ko o say o min kancho se otio
okay
Steven Steven boutique o say Kwabena
Steven boutique okay
yes.
okay
also otio
Kwabena the same hometown
anti no sanso na ohene ba ko so
okay
kruranum
okay
ni jase hene akpasa English man from only ade on e jase hene
wombodo mani
ni so abiatum ho ha
wombodo mani
amansa nyina eti
courage ni nek pepu
ati say monitor ne ma feedback
kwam
monitor ne ma feedback
behe mai
ba menchia atiefo ne ahwefo a awiei omaje brani adaje etie dwumadie Ghana ho edontia papa so pa nwoma so enye sebi o manum bi anaso mo bi ne tawo mo nemum siro mbeti de ekoso wo yema emunti ano mutusa anamoy minia Ghana at 67 a very simple Ghana edge fa hodie efri kwasi broni nsem Accra FM edusia ensonie nanso Ghana eda so won kwasumu ewo no ankasa ne manfo a omompenasem. We fought our external enemies. We won. But we are still fighting our internal enemies. And after 67 years, we are still fighting. 67 years ago, na yesi kwasi broni and aba Ghana. Oba ye no obedada ye o ka che so oni e ba bedidwa. Barter trade. And to mu gold mo fra mejiwe. Me so mama mo se ka mama mutu eye atuo. Mama mo atuduro en ho nkro no ba. Broni ne tina se no hu se na se Ghana ha kra no. Emu ode. En ade na memfa mo nkwasom. Na mo nya adwuma mame. Ono be fa ye nkwasom. Odidi ye ho a ena emfihie duosia ensuni ne yagi afa hodie efi sabroni yinsem. Na hwade wo mo asabre no mo ye internal enemy. Meka efie ne fie efie be yie anempega na yie. Eye UGCC UP MPP tradition. Omo ena ka kire Ghana for say ye di mo anim. Ni akwaje fa hodie afri kwasi broni fita ho. Anti-UGCC in the first political movement in Ghana. UGCC ni mu na UP free, e mu na MPP free. Ghana for the mujidie no mu ratio mu. Mu ka tse Ghana for so serve government within short possible time. Ghana for taumachi, omo kono. So many abrofo no ko negotiate no mo kwa, they go take money. They wanted to take money, negotiate. To become rich. Omumpo ni adaje say ya she Ghana for boss e beji fa hudi ama Ghana ni. Omuni adaje nti za na tede enkopo obi na ono ma mehwe akiri ma ye ne de enye business. Eno mreko for saje for data kwa menkroma bai. Say UGCC for adaje ena na omu business on bai gain on bai win independent for Ghana. They wouldn't have gone for kwa menkroma.
enemy ni akoko enyi de ho adaroma. I was more closer to Mills than I am with JM. Trust me. Yamfomo mfa o mayade just using your links to loot the country. Yamfomo mfa o mayade enyade papa. So nyamiso obeshirawa, God can use legit means to bless you. What company maku 150 wutimi di 50 ekoye bidding MPP ba no age na NDC ba waje ekoko to nim judges MPP ye won e prepra ho NDC ye won e prepra ho. First pa ye di bronya omo cha na eja omo mamemo na we have some we koka na se do ba koka kire ro me se be ye mfie nsia ni efri se MPP ba ye omo cha omo mame o omo mame e December yo meche media fo ni nyina benya bi omo mame ga no kra na eja ayi eduru bronya omo di sini suma mesumi nya kakra no kra wa block me. Uya wa mine na meka che so olumai uya wa mine no dodo are wi akitu abi e neja kakra uya ni nyina ese o mine no oni pa obedi sai se ya na oni pa obedi ono agambire fucking mine no ayi araji se no oni so ombe china tum no cars no enra na obi ka kire me agambire yesi agambire timi eyeso obe checkers ewo Kempiski e ma nko ahụ sama lie on my sika why are you doing this? Why? Your man for creative godfathers. Where you oluma mo cha ya mo mam kakra ade su kura homo se o ma increase no media fo nyina benya bi o mame adai me doka ase me kan se me ka wan pe na me kan wo cha mo mam bi be ma ga no kura na ayi ebesi ni sunu me ru afini din po wa block me o mame adai mo ya mo mambi NDC ye ba mo no mo na be si adie nsesa ye bia ma bibia ma NDC ba mo no mo na be cha adie ema ntiwe no mi meja kampo tu de ya mam kakra ko ma ya mambi adie be 2017 December mo amame 2018 mo amame 2019 mo ama me hwa mo saa me compreni adai me se meja aka NDC ba mo no mo na beyo bibia nsesa ti wudi mam kakra why mam kakra brunya mo ho yira me first ba mo boto ba kunu mama me oye tim krofo asi krom no me so me di manwa mo asi so mo akọ Johnson ho akoto Kofi si mo ase why say Kwabena why the U10 why no the U10 omo no say be bi omo aduru no NDC ba still omo no omo na bedi o enkwala no a enkwala akromfo no omo ba no na yesi yire ye ho yire wo mo so omo ma mewia ye na wo mo no ba bia we no aduru no o ya wo bibia enye ye omo no omo na bedie ko NDC national headquarters kokohwe ko MPP national headquarters kokohwe omo no omo na bedi wo ya ho bibia enye ye oka ne bebre kura no a NDC beba no beba no ba no ma tupunu num o ma ho tiani asa dia adi nkoka na obronya de mu ma biewi ti o de ye man kan yi a o de jai mam kakra mam kakra bi hey last 2 years ayi your friend say we ayi akoy ye bi ref free drink me bola oh no ayi last 2 years 2019 na obacha me mo ene ayi Starkis aha 2020 wa mame ade o se 2020 makoya campaign akwa cassette ma port ogugudo wa mame di anka ho mesi me hwe anu mu se ya meto from hey enti afia so mo kai adofo mo anka me o ma mame ena me kosi a akwana ode ba last one there no you kosi an Metro TV anymore no minim ni din minim nanim but minim ni din because share no baby na say bema na bronya ba kono media for no ada men ka ho ana o se a o mtwiro mi din no na papa no ba pe oba pe say o mo anyimi di amfiri mu a obeti tipipa no mu na o mu yi mi din firi mu ti se mu de mo se sa na mbeyo no a panini de on de say no manase zuri kura try anya yi we ayi ya friend say NDC fo iba onu de say de e ka ba fie o mo ne bakoso ane na ba because amafo akwaji t-shirt sponsorship abem various constituencies national executive elections yes the omo ya no yano na ama eya money crash na ewura your system no yes yo ade omo ya no I'm telling you grassroots no se munni mu ade omo ya no entina a very difficult say you can deal with crook criminal businessmen, and that is why Obiti say Magdan are very confident. Yeah. Magdan Odin komo me yete. Say I want for 4 almost circles ni mu. Odin komo yete. Oh, Bobie enom. Say omo de omo Jimmy na omo di hia be se akọ omo krom asante mampon. Obi me asantini ye hia no. Yeah, me my 99 weapons. Yeah, the pesca. Me have my use mu just 2. I can 97. Yeah, asasi awo yes no. Ehia asantini pese hia na ne hia no. Ye tambia enim de be. Anytime, you know what to do. Anyway, thank you. Me bacha star 413 hash. CMG scratch there. Nyame nhyira mo. Ma me nkoye adwuma bi sesi a 24/7. And hey, Kobi fiagbo si Bobie you fool eh. Na me boa. Koko se Kobi de onim. Kobi onim ni pa kura me kara se mi. Ono ba bi a waduru no. Baby ono waduru no. Ono mo ane bedi. Uye ni bibie nye ono pa de. We should forget about any accountability. So we will an accountability for system we. Because so we say onim wabo MPP po no wabo NDC po. Boni oni NDC fo ni bi edi no. Say NDC try no a edi ebe pie okromu ano. Enya sem kuma. Why na sign? Why na cover contract the buy? Ana say MPP fo no so wabo ho so po. So mo try a case beba that's been contract no. One wa ban bia or den sakana. You no go fit. What do you bema? Fansaka. Yeah. Manase Zuri sha se dey mesre. Say yeah. E ko si aga. Wo ya bema fa wonsaka. Ombe pressa. No oh beat oh skill no. Say was ya beat no. Oh maybe you dey pour ado watch na say. E o dey run the aba say. Master Tatisie. Sure. What do you know? You don't know anything. Small boy, you don't know that thing. I'm teaching you that thing. Pastor, among folk 159 skills. After no more use with 3. Me come chrow. What's why you wouldn't name the akoso? Oda wada. Ye be brepa Ansah near to near Mercy Ukruma. Ye be bre. Because apapono doson. Yent be Ansah near Wako. Sometimes I sit back, not because maybe you are a saint. But you feel like me watching, you know, what? Come here. Drivers now. Enko. Here, afe 2020. Ghana for Mechramo there. 7th December 2020. Me mamo flashback 4. Famiko Tachiman.
Everybody must leave that hall. Everybody must leave the hall, please. Oh yeah, leave the hall. Everybody must leave that hall. Everybody must leave the hall, please. Oh yeah, leave the hall.
is how they MPP party military MPP party police to intimidate and attack their opponents. Jane Mensah and me and Kahoshe. Anyway, all right, that's okay. Pacho, if it's not menko. Young drivers, young drivers, thank you. Just a reminder of what happened on 7th December 2020. Thank you. All right, live on Accra 100.5. One more issue statement be from a drivers association on a year 24-hour policy. And Mame okay, all right, so I have it here. Press statement by transport operators on Mohammed's 24-hour economic policy. And Omo Same Amwa Deputy PRO GPLTU Anna Nensasha Sie South na David Agboda PRO Sidak and Yaberima True Drivers Powili Chairman Concerned Drivers Association of Ghana Omo Nyana Akeka Omo Wabum Eya Omo de Ensemu Yababa Betuja. All right, so quick one, let's go. Na yankwanko check it. Mameni aye Sami Amwa, who is the National Deputy PRO, the GPLTU, in Nkomo. Onia Akwaba. Pacho boko de.
Boko.
Aja yahu krate bi transport operators endorse Mohammed's 24-hour economy policy.
Okay.
Dia chechire mu kakra.
So many are doing that. The only thing say no cre ya Ashenkafo na Ashenkafo nso de wo mu se obia ewo ne political party a odi achi oto aba de ma no. Na mo no normally ye share ade a ebetimi aboa eye Ashenkadwuma no. Enti yetimi hu ade ebetimi aboa Ashenkadwuma na eni eja ye nyina yetu anamo na ye di achiri. Yenyanentie se eye yura John Dramani Mama or yes from Katu for the ma NDC amanyoku no every 24-hour kind of system be back na yedo mo suko kakra na be hu se eye dwumadie bia ebetina boa ya Ashenkadwuma no and say no ukoye stations ni bebra me ankasa me secretary ewo Ashama traffic light branch over a station as you see, I checked cars in the MB. One group call now, a China saw more parket, now another group is sober. A Jumana say, any other things they bring up. Young father said, yeah, what to Krana, if they are all short to full, repair filling station, the apple to full near it. Ubeba on the night on my phone, and I'm say security wise, and some of them are semi to you will say, Abino estimate the system this say but na 24 hours Jumadi nyina betimi akoso factories ni companies ebeye juma and that one moment we employ more kind of saying workers or employ more workers at ebiko anajo a and then my stations no so timi arane eye anajo nyina ebenya passenger safa ebe ma so the traffic congestion a ewo krom eye during the daytime no so no ebetimi abafom ekire say taxi driver bet me the traffic mwana or ship onya passenger emfa it is like Kwabena say me wa kwanya me de be ye adwuma na dwun fa menya passenger afadia na chese bi betimi ahumi ewia na ebi nso aye adwuma
but same offer same obi a woti obebusa say but anajo cars ye adwuma cars to kai ko boga tamale STC eko OA enkran Kumasi to Accra. So what is new?
New mean say no cre cars to kwan ko sa ambia but yem bisa say cars ni na so menya akonya edi ye adwuma wo sa anajo nso aye ka ho asini ampa OA for ne ade omo e kan say passengers are to kwan bi coordinate ne ade but the ba taxis adwuma tro ejuma any idea and stations ni bebre any idea acha be 10 11 passenger bia mabio and the system ni beti na ba beboa ma yin na to sa o e for ni idea wo ke kwa no almost so dey increase na tro for ni taxi for the so top of na no so tini epeja at the same time so no here for the wako DVL na ukoko renew paper na say the BS sa o ko na lie about pay so ko che 24-hour system it me adwuma DDL wo be for na adwuma na so wo ye adwuma enu so betimi aboa ye mra e ka ne sen aboso kan market say wo ka say na say when timi NCS during the daytime and I say anajoa anya dia wo benya spare parts dey ato baby a mechanics anya dia wo sabe count but our system ni na timi adwuma ye benya mechanics ye adwuma anajo wo call spare parts market a wo so ye adwuma anajo enti wo ka na say anajo na nya afi na wo twen ma de achi and so abesi no edu betimi aboa e ma ye adwuma bi a ye di no so no etimi akonanim editing a driver for ye tibi trans na yesi dadi say adwuma bi sa e ba ye no ye ndoma manyoko ye nta manyoko bi echi na mum adwuma bi a wo de ba na ye hwe say that boy ye su etimi esom ye etimi edi echi edu ni abehu say no betimi aboa ye ahyenkafo editing ye so ye di echi abo hu de wo say system say ba dia and ye be stress ahyenkani bi o wo Ghana bia no ontimi ensom ni amom pai se betimi abanetimi aboa esenke kuma
na ofasabe eyade bia mo discuss GPRTU across the country mo discuss monya engagement with omo the policy ni eba no mo tiase yi.
Oh yes, the American is yetimi atiase because atiase ye nya wo ho ni se the abi kankan no ye ka 24-hour policy a omde be ya na say 24 hours no bibia be function factories be adwuma companies be adwuma other institutions na ebetini aye adwuma it is ba na sa bia na ya hyenkafo so ebetini aboy that is the understanding that you wo ho Bobie ba jo the American say
yeah me follow
yeah any antiase aye wo ho ni say system si ni na tini ye adwuma ya hyenkafo media ade ye me deti tru pa wo pa ni mechanics aye benya omo mechanics a ye benya omo anaju bia o ka say betini enya baby a obekoko ye o ka ye at the same time squad area some organizers squad there are some few areas bi Ansah na obetini enya 24-hour omo ye adwuma organized but with this system no obi abem so anaju mi ye adwuma me so betini enya ska me nkotena ho a obi a emma likewise spare parts market aye kan wa temi eno ne ye beti ase aye behu say betini aboy
but Ansah na bekono on say omu resin komobi ese ofa STC say ya they already have policemen omu no etukwai enti omu ka 24-hour policy no omu ka security already security is in the system but GPRTU for sasem we mo gene say
the other thing I say security is in the system but the minister say a cocoa druhi vehicles saying na omutiminya security didi enti sesiano sa policy eba me no ka say substation any other areas binano ebetimi anya sa security didi enye e kan say bia but travel from maybe Accra to Tamale and Accra to Border and Kwana Obenya side security. Me no ka say the area example fata say the security agencies to employ more security personnel. They will do that because they know that system no area Juma 24 hours. And you know, yes, the security may baby, but me used to say Kwabena says our system every year Juma, and they increase the security system. No, and my baby security ni when alcohol no be answer at yan.
Money drivers associations various akudo na kasa.
Oh yeah, me no ka say yene cooperative for edin komo protoa for enso edin komo concern for ejinamu true brothers for enso jinema me no ka say yegusua ye ka ho asem say ye betro mu nyina say enye say license to be biom GPRQ ye non-partisan organization abai dia ba ye ni ye adwuma na mu no ye hye say nia wode ba na ebeboa yen a ye jitu emmoa yen a ye soritia na mu ye susu say ye beri die etimi ba na sa dia ya senkapo na ebeboa yen nti ye bode we say asenkapo ku akani nyina no bebo modern say ombe so sa system ni na ye di ekiri amo mpa say etimi aba say de be ya stations here over na ne wa park cars here there na minya passengers because some other stations are obi to me park the car be 4 days 3 days no nya bi nko e enti se Kwabena say sa system yi adwuma em Kwabena say obi abetime nya adwuma e di aye e no de wo ye so aye bon.
Okay, I just am ya da say enawie bebre
You Bobie me so me da say bebre nya me sha.
All right, so that's it. Live at 100.5 Citizen Show. My main kofana na kwaku bofa ewo parliament. Omujire musisia she or ye reporter, ye parliamentary correspondent. Na kwaku.
Chairman, Commander.
Emra shebe your film to say budget na ekose. Boy enkomo.
Some member to for Kwaba and na shebe the CRC. Said me no. And then you heard me say budget for 2024 no there no no omedi atuno and that the outing say chebia na chamehe ebetna se be dore ba kuma ni no betna se ya shafe yani ya chapa ni ya say numbers na ono transfer meeting na minority fund o matinya masha o mo mpisi ne bido na e de aba nkure bi da ho de na so do na wo mo fita na meetings upon meetings omina ayo na what we try no amoshi asomba part no na minority for na aka enipa nyensa mo maye honorable Senator Rollins ana na face so honorable Mahama Ayaraja ana face so afen of Masibegani ye kwato no so aba na nsia so enche ni so no so eniwo ono de wahira kwan se okọ abuchime mapa ko hero ya kakra ba ntino nemom yenim so beba na so ma ye tete se asewaba asewo maaye bia na take by surprise na o jombe di pim ha sei na eye majority side ndom do do no so no na enipa me sasa so na eniha John Ambotiakuma deputy minister for finance no oniya ono kra de ye ready budget ni na oniya na so ytie nya no se na ho do no kakra wa ja yara na emodin enso so ene oba usini ni mati zele ni mati kakra da papa no enya ade a ne ho hyeda efa ne sa afen so no honorable Kennedy akomprako Japan ase central mati bigani wono so no na ono so eni ho enso ne me no ka sei waba owo na se bigafi ha Sarah Jasa for the Kwabena MP so wa ha sei ana afen so ni papa kwa no ni ho maybe in cancer board ono deputy minister for foreign affairs na ono susu ni ho na my na share last week no and so make us say key people abebo mu di na no apart from myself of MP no enya dia na hu mu na no na hu mu fi ase enti right honorable speaker Alban Cape of Kwabena that na say utimi say all the chief people ni na abere another prayer ne wa ya ward botre line should machine ko fo ni odi akwa na kawa ko wuram wo jabonti ye be kwatna say course no be ya no mo ye say obi a onya maaye no be obe so ba be du ha you say omo bi echo COP28 ye conference no wo Dubai enti ye say dodo na ba be piem e wa ha say na mom no ebi bo ba ebi mo nya me du ye ye dom dodo no enye omo nyina na atu abade na so me no ka say de dodo na de wo ma ba ye say omo maka so be tia ba saa so na minority for no de pia yɛn so mu nyinaa de wɔde ma ba ɔnte ne akonya so de a na so wɔhyɛ officer a ɔnso monitor na du abato no so a ɔbɛda so na aba na mom kwaba nsɛm a yɛso nsɛntwerɛfoɔ yɛ de kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo issue baako ɛyɛ ban a yɛde to yɛmadeɛ ne other 22 items na yɛ restricting yɛ sɛ nka ɔmo abɛfiti sɛ airline no nka yɛnyi suspend anaasɛ yɛnyi mfiri hɔ no ɛno nana minority na nka ɔmo so hama wɔ kɛseɛ paa ɛwɔ budget nim ɛnɛ minister for information kɔdu ɔpɔ nkroma ɛde ato nsɛntwerɛfoɔ anim sɛ aban asuspende saa airline no until further notice sɛ ɔmo kakɔngyeedi stakeholders nyinaa na ɔmo tie ɔmo nsɛm a yɛ awusa na ɔmo nti aseɛ nneɛma a ɛwɔ ntwitwi nyinaa aban asuspende for now ɛnyɛ adeɛ ebɛnle saa airline no bi mu ɔsuspende until sɛ nti aseɛ atumi ayɛ adwuma no bi a nsɛm hyɛ ne bo kwan yɛ fa so bɛhyɛ no ɔmo ayɛ hyɛ ne yie ebisa ne sɛm pii na mmom yɛ gyina ne sɛ ɛyɛ sɛ ɔmbɛ widen stakeholder consultation no ɔmbɛtumi amamua da hɔ ne kyerɛ nkɔmmɔdi a ɔmo ɛyɛ import no ne kyerɛ gutafoɔ ɛne mɔm keka ka ho nyinaa no ɔmo nsɛm ɔmo dadere ne ɔmo kɔdaa nna no mo atɛsɛ nyinaa no ɔmbɛtumi agye wɔn haw no mama neɛ no ɔmɔtumi atoato ansɛm na afakɔ yie ansa na aban no de bɛba a wɔde aba anaasɛ bibi wɔ nso so wɔyɛ a wɔayɛ nti yɛnim sɛ ɛno na aban no asuspend no ɛbɛtumi ama kwan no ada hɔ tuo do anaasɛ sɛ concern bi mu a minority for regi game ɛyɛ ɛfa we say free we say pard no na tax bi da so yɛsɛ for ni nyinaa no only free to local de wɔ tiwo yi die fɛn no ne ba no so so only nyinaa ne nyɛ total free na ɛboɔ ne mmra fam na ɛnyɛ fofofo ɛmfa ma wɔn mo nti no ɛno so no yɛnya nyanteɛ sɛ ebi a ne finance minister about the address on that. And you know, there's a concern when you address here. It means a smooth passage of the door, about to know that's really a bit in Yako. In minority for the multi police surprise at the time, Parliament, the one in the city here. It be a change and or master and CCBD another day. And on the other better, if you afraid now, your statement, if a local assembly election now, when who did that? The thing Central Force and Minister can Central Force the Bobie Bono and form you should have pay much attention and no one seven or what kind of face with the Yamu home so that Tina Twaba Emma the Tina Coso Emma and Potem and Mancini Amamuno etini afana ntuma pɛpɛ na akɔso kama bibi abetumi afɔtɔ ɔkyɛn deɛ better committee so ɛyɛ a ɛbɛtumi aboa ama no ɛtumi akɔnka eti ɔkabla mu sani a ɛsɛm a ɛkɔso mu ase bi defi ne mu no press conference bi aba so mmienu bi tɛw aba so sɛ mmerɛ wo bi na mɛtumi ama ka ho asɛm a na ama ka ho asɛm
mɛpa kyɛ kɔ yɛnkɔ
kɔmana mebɔ so deɛ a ɛna nɔpɛ yi ana ɛyɛ John Jinapɔ John Abdullah Jinapo MP for Yape Kuso wono de na ensem beto sentofoni na ne se nyane se na ohwani nia ye Samuel Jinapo wo TV so ye president fi information ministry keka ensem do bi a lithium ayanya yakwe aban person sign bill a company ni bi ye Balari DV company and mabodi ni ya Balari DV company omo ene Ghana ban ebe ye contract ya be sign na yin ni say your former chief justice Edna Nwatum bi ye Supaya Kufu Edna Nwatum was a issue no bi na no na George Napo say enema bi wo a kwache kakra enema bi nto yi kakra na o twe aban na dress so the o twe so an say was say that agreement we no e was say e ba mra se be fie no mo bobo ho no mo tisi mu yi amama se de fia when international agreement at then aban ni to me bia da minister bia ni to me bia so what the purpose and contract at just about me se de fia enti etia mara de bi kan tie constitution no etia se ni kwan se ba ni etia papa enti mo mpene on be twe aban no agina ba so ne mo no omo san emma caution emma balai say we no engage anything illegal why adie bia mpa mara kwan so the next NBC government e be my possible government about 2024 no ebe suspend omudumadi na hwehwem amomo dia famra kwan so ansana ometimu omuduma na mo mo ka kire mo say mo mutimu ni omo de eye yodum sa nko omo hwe na mo toto niema enye sa de a on be your investigation, papa, on be investigation, what was spending, and near back. Was say, and then lithium no abe the order of the day. And no, am I saying that no, nebo ayedin, as in Chicago, nebo ayedin, as a diamond, nebo ayedin, crabwassy cuckoo. And as a fact, Ghana 40 million for some lithium agreement now. About the cost of the two mining or central region, as only to me, to show you. No, to be the fine, not Ghana, 3 million so fast. No one quite am the papa who may be quite to the moment, and the most minority on the Demo my Ghana. No way to say, be a never be so be a month of be at the Abasama Mangana. Almost say, one for money and two almost. Or at the mom, come, it will be a bit in a coup. Then actually, and what he said, and yes, some naughty George, some naughty that cannot do India, George, MP for the book campaign. On also at the press conference, a brand new best story, a year join the parliament, and not almost LGBT anti-gay bill, no. Proper sexual and human rights and family value bill. And no car, you be the court speak about as no say and no as a copocoso. Now, so no more catch a man no moon. In general, the book full year, so baby would be or baby would be in the say, and yes, and could to us what once a man. Now, no, and a chairman of the committee, no, about the respondents, and you before year or the big papa, and I know what they say. There be or share that. What did they way by, you know? A year and we say he was as a fierce of war, and human rights activists for me. I'm sorry, me. Maku petition me 200 domain. Now, so much traffic to the Union. Now, I say, so what traffic be what traffic be a common bono, 100,000 at the 250,000 a day, a come one. I won't just sit here now. We will a come on parliamentary board. I don't know. Now, as I actually say, and you what I no woman, na call Attorney General, acquire to share, and then you call ye, and the other constitution, Ukraine, and on Kana, natural, knowledge, Nano, almost share you, there's somebody from Modia, but I want to report now about that constitution state. Okay. I was almost too much, and again, I did the other day, as we been there, when we been there, the bus war, and the best of the goo, ye, Chamene, Abambabi, and Numa saying, I did it was say, yes, I let you say, only a Casadia, no, another not Chamano, while I am you be the Jabin assistant to baby, Salma, then Maswa, then the correct. No, young man, anyway, I was with the by young chair. You're better than our would be a year. We say there's a bit that the hotter than young can wash them. Now, the way I see a buy in 2 days, and they can wash them. I'll basically be about that, no dear. Young can wash them. What other than young can wash them now? Winner or my quarter better don't come here press conference. Don't come up, come to that wash them.
Your call has been put on hold. Please wait. Your call has been.
Hello?
Wait.
Hello? All right, the MCL is in so okay, so and you free Parliament Urban Honorable Suleimana. Okay, so Baba Babeka here home. I was say Yenya Alfred Ogbami, senior media practitioner and former PRO de Ghana Gas, right? Yes, is here. Chairman Akwaba. Boko there. Your friend say this issue about drivers endorsing a year 24-hour policy, you know, meaning last week some 2 or 3 driver unions. Then today GPRTU issue statement on it. Say drivers in the bebwa omo. Metesano pe obi argument with other sister stations. Say already drivers are working. Oshe STC, Anajo, Omutukwai, OA, cars from Accra, Kumasi to Accra, do 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So, and yet BB new bia. I don't know whether you have heard that argument.
Oh, that's an argument. It's uninformed.
Why?
Okay. I'm in Charles here from Ebruchi, Britain. Somewhere it's about 24 hours. They have a 24-hour economy.
Yes,
but they recently appointed a night czar.
They appointed what?
Night czar. So it's CZAR. Russian.
Okay.
And Najua, Cheso, no, Obia. You find it's a night mayor. But the czar is a Russian word.
I see.
And they were talking about how to, it was a major issue, improvement of their 24-hour economy, and then jobs, the additional 24-hour economy in Virginity. Meka UK, and yet Ghana.
Okay.
And so when I say it's uninformed, though, ubisa, argument to me when I say, I mean, can be before be otherwise. I didn't put in a new. Other 3 years I buy a new. If you say when the argument was being made, you know, no one see Kuma ye bino. So now Kuma ye be Ghana was in you. And now Africa have 3 years new. In fact, the whole world new.
I guess
UK education from Akwada up to university is basically it's almost free. Americans are, unless you want your child go. In fact, the Western world, their countries are, it's even up to university. Your child allowance is like Norway.
Okay.
We can say approach. Africa, Botswana, Namibia, basic education is free. So what is really new in this world? That's the point, isn't it? Because it's uninformed. Niente because it's uninformed, no say. Nipa does all new no. Onu wakwa kofa dia ni leader no wonu dia enye adia e concert bi o. Adia wo ho dada no openti amaye ato. Penti mami nto no ye. Ti say ozo ko credit credit score credit bureau. Mi wa ni nya adi nyeme nya bi wo ho. And indeed, the worst aspect is that before the vice president came into office, the process for Ghana can never. The process for digitalization never. Indeed, the infrastructure for digitalization, it was. Nyamina dom we nya eyi upa Google. Eslozu ekufu. Aprezi Dr. Omanibuama and NDC Abai for the database system. NDC 30 years. You Google. If these things were not there, how do you proceed? And it is not about the newness. Because if you want to argue new, then nothing really is new.
And now be raising in Komobi PC for Kankwe South. Or say Ansah na PFJ Bebano. We have farmers. They were farming.
Planting for food and job. No, when them say NDC program, Canadian funds or movie by on betu and Omudani. There was just sloganeering. There was no policy to it.
I know I cannot say Ansah na Omudi Bebano.
Yeah, we had farmers anyway. Even if it was a new policy in Pua, we had farmers. Yeah. And in any case, it wasn't a new policy.
Yeah.
That is why Canadian Japan so called runs no. When who farm no food no way who and me and you. Canadian Japan, at least you've heard him. Also called runs no
who
she. He was just Kasa and a party Kasa. So the point I make is say, look, that argument me feel say I say what's in who by if I own person be Kasa no efe.
What's it? Neba.
Like, what do you say? Your rival.
Okra.
Okra.
Okay.
Okra. But who if you open so be Kasa no efe.
Yeah.
I need your okra. But head. Who turn into go to be out of the one over man. What do you say?
Yeah.
So the point is that even if the UK, and UK is one of the advanced countries are where people work, they have a solid 24-hour economy. It's thinking of the billions of extra pounds and jobs, an enhancement of 124 hours economy can do. How about a country with such huge unemployment? And I'm meeting the drivers can say, and I'll tell you why. Yes, I said, yeah, Nena in Comfort Stati, a colonial, you see, colonial times are yet driving this simple and kind of do Cape Coast. That's in Comfort to Quanaju. In fact,
even nominant to forest
manager, so it's not just about the fact it's all could drive it. Because what you want to do is say, if there's a very policy, what I'm saying, maybe we petrol filling stations, most of them yet 24 hours. And I'm robbing baby guy.
Yes.
What I'm saying, okay. What I'm saying, a crime be Ghana ha. Robbery was a crime, especially not Kintampo going to the north from baby because of the high rate of robbery. Nancy, baby, they don't even want to travel that road in the night. But if you have a conscious policy to ensure that security presence is key, to ensure that there is a communication along that path, baby, see ya. And it's a dream. For example, providing the police security, making sure that there are enough communication booths. Sometimes in some other countries they had choppers.
Yeah.
The most important thing is that you must think through what we hate a transport on such a road, for example, to make sure that not or more they would want to travel in the night will be free to do so. And it will surprise you, say, doing that, look, if you can free public traffic on roads, for example, in the daytime to the evening, there are people who want to go in the evening, so that daytime, if you calculate the cost of service you make in terms of traffic, in terms of fuel loss, because all this is sometimes you calculate it outside the project, they are able to tell you the benefit of such little accruals. So, and yes, be dada. And what new you're going to do to enhance that economy? For example, more maybe a filling station here, a jumay, or because an affair self filling station, yes. But I find say, if every filling station, by virtue of an improved security situation, employs even 2 people just to handle their night fuel, or even 1 person, that's an additional job.
Unim say a bus 7 and you would diagram crash or tie a paya with organizer.
In fact, many places by 4 or 5 no mapo. 7 crowd do. Maybe area by 4 or 5 no mapo or mapo.
Into what's the waka.
This is a lucky day be organizer not the area more.
And that's what the organizers say
and yes, I shop. And Numpo, Omo down, Numpo, or also upon Okojini. We got him saying, I do a Jumamba.
Yeah. Baby, or yeah, Juman in a few kwawa. Tibu our Monday now, that shop, we can no coffee.
So you see, there are too many things involving when they say 24 hours. It's not just a matter of a Jumani. It's conscious, and you see, who person on Tiasia? And Kofa is one person on Tiasia because Obia Sebi and Yabi Sema Sebi. And then ultimately, credit reporting as here. I do not see what potential benefit in terms of job creation that will create. Because having a credit report doesn't guarantee you any job. It doesn't even guarantee you the loan you use it to take. It doesn't even mean you'll be able to access the loan. And so, ni pay a digital credit report. No big DNA Sebi. It will lead to corresponding job creation. And the man has told you, say, Sebi, for example, Anajo is going to look at the
tariff pricing.
Was here in the Mentiasi?
Was it Mentiasi?
Parliament who should den young Ramra. Chairman. Eja, Kwagu.
Yeah, Commander.
Edianesi or Parliament. Boy, quick one.
Commander, if I say to you, Potter, line, Yanam Yashaka. Now, Commander, Yakusi and is or master here. Or mobile counting the year last of the year, also because the parliament here, commit to be police surprise at the time. Minority actually I to say, among counting woman, head counting and the woman. Dana, man, majority for a working out, no, the man buying. Speaker, I'm not more head counting. And a speaker said, your bow dear, no, sorry, we are counting. Anna, majority for the baby, and that's I know. Nemo yasori bina ho ne akanto mo ba ko mienu ne nsa ya kuma ko kanto mo ne de numbers na abrom ana speaker say na person wo ye no eno na man ti ase ani aduma say ye bo odi amu asore ye bo odi amu asore ndi omo mpedesa ana workout ne bad enne so no challenge asamba ho say the process of the bear count ni di mu no come about the head count ni di mu asa akọkọfa into asaba bi na majority for the say that the semi standing order 113 2 no air canon and that's an speaker speaker different way I was say omo na so bi omo na so we count na speaker say there be on the order 1132 no chair majority leader say it here speaker no betina from the abu din there be awotie successfully where you were successfully na ho no ni tun to dia enye na ye ono no an nti ase da o kana ase ana eki omo so bi na wa say no mu so ni o kan na speaker say the omo ye no ejimi compare
finance to omo nya MPs but omo nyina person omo sorry gina ho Ramubra. Okay, all right. So that's it. And before, say it doesn't make sense. So we know about I mean, young kind. Anyway, young go straight. My young check. Mame started from your end. We are talking about budget approval and budget approval. No, and then no, I twemamentwe. Akwa etachi minim say wa follow ya de be fra eye restrictive bill no a say almost almost withdraw withdraw until further notice it no so issues are but yemfa ni fra with the budget no na yenko
last na they didn't come men chia tie for na hofu bi adwuma de bia mutie omo dos but mitimi tie omo nyina eja William Kojo eje no omo say once an NDC for ba parliament or ma register no or ma trust am ma ba parliament no so I work it out to cry no I still count till they approved. The same thing, always MPP want to have their way, not on the genuine way but on a crooked way. I don't this the MPP 3 air transparency, accountability, or pay transparency, accountability, or pay. Because the brave beer will be raising issue about accountability and not transparency beyond MPP to be daddy.
But my main remind you say a head count is underway.
Ebeko na yesu trimu fa obusum kune onku. Utimu fa obusum kune onku. Na ye wo school kra ni teacher ye ko na teacher bu ye bobo register. Obodi na ompeja saka say present say.
Yeah.
Teacher no nimu pass wanye so anu mark wrong ade shara asaba bo absentee because wanye so. Enti sa unipa nyina ba. Ede na si ukwan say yen kan mo ye bo dia no agina na ehu ni abo wedi ni agina na ehu no e de na si kwan because said the reporter ne kan ye no omo number ne nso anya bia watimi akire NDC Jachi question seat ni say empty into be anim say Jachi question there according to reported by no woni ho but essence MP before there no you will speak ministers or makoshi shomumunti no you cannot even know number of people are or me absent and tom person kan nwanko mu nyina so regional you ye so ya dudu ni no mu nyina sa atena se for lack of accountability omon kan na so mo kan wi a iso mo adwen nyina ne se omo do omo number no abe do so accident this in tron rebeto but mo refi se ye koto abai gbagbe no ebinum kwa mo fi se omo to nyina MPP fo nyina na supported this budget omo de banana. Is that what you think? Na de be sine no me I will still blame Gbagben.
Why?
Because last week he had opportunity per their own standing orders no mo amre omo di adwuma according to logic omo di 11 no he had opportunity for this matter to have been settled. A broad majority working out and nothing stop parliament from going ahead to vote on this budget. The same way we vote on 11 nothing stop parliament. E Gbagben no an car so wa journey na for 2 we do to share down and none of the ababeshe. Because last week in the no reported by say na MPs in 5 no money ho. They were not there and they tried to use these same tactics to bulldoze their way through. The non person ya no katashi no mo dia fam. And to speaker now who nim say who na tie dwamu. Who na parliament no who ka se mpra na empunu. Omo te parliament obi enu watena parliament longer than you. There's no single standing order na mre bi o hono a obetimi aka so onim chen bag of parliament. And I didn't also say chairman sabonsu ni do me dictated ma speaker of parliament. I didn't also say chairman sabonsu dictated ma Gbagben our parliament.
All right.
And them rana wujina so no. And one na wujina so last week. And until you say maybe so. This is here is a head country here man say NPP majority for saka so ma work out Gbagben better agenda sitting na. All
right. My young cross on the live feed just 2 minutes parliament embraces here. So yanko enkofa live feed from sorry parliament house. Omuguso ya head count no eguso koso enti yan cross na yanko peke omo live emfa enfrio
to bulldoze their way through.
Trajia Samson Tangobu Chiwate Andre Dari Benson Adeku Kujo Comfort Doyo Kujo Joseph Kujo Robert Wisdom Lapia Meko Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame Dalu Thomas Ada Lapia Atletu Seidu Daku Daniel Ohini Daku Mensa Kwabena Oche Dauda Collins Alhaji Daudi Abukari Ambrose Jonabu Alex Tete Donko Elvis Morris Donko Kwabena Duka George Miriku Iyanana Fojo in team Reverend Force in Kessel Atuba Doctor Frimpong Joseph, Dr. Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nati, Ansah Alasan Kwabena, Gate Joe, Gidisu Wisdom, Gomado Yao, Gomashi Abdullah Jifa, James John Alexander, John Mensa Richard, Hamon Kwabena Taher, Ansah Norte Ace, Haruna Seidu, Effort for Filia Mensa, Authority Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Ahmed, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Ibrahim Zura Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isifu Seidu, Jabba John Bena, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Jalula Stephen Bambi, Jesel Godfrey Seidu, Doctor, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kini Kisi Dixon Adumako Doctor, Bonedu Akwesi Present, Thompson Mavis Howard, Kosa Martin Kwaku Ajay Mensa, Kodo Benjamin Komlan, Kum Ebenezer Kojo, Kuma John Mbotwa, Doctor, Kuma Joseph Kwame, Present, Kuyon Solomon, Kwachia Kapita, Yao, Kwati Kwaku Ajimai, Kofi Festus Ewa Doctor, J. Mensabus Osei, Chirami Nelson.
All right, so head count no muguso no but onto the na ye nyina ya hwehwe no muguso no
the na gba me person in last week MP before someone tells some work out one cause wa anya na djuma as a speaker ma an reject budget no and then one no muye ti me question is say MP before say ya ka say some say work out ya be say agene citizens ana. That's the question I will see beside him. Even Eroma Kokwe openly watchra or tying an woman NDC phone pono. NDC minority then and disrespecting that our parliament. How na Idrisu as a minority that's Miss Original and Naso Pijan and Sa Umbuano. But a man disrespecting that. MPP every day, every opportunity, omo disrespected bagben. And he said, Nelson Komuye. Omunye. Now, him say another drama about for the our parliament ho, ene? Said the water din omo for mo hwadwen, be fufuru besi. Because MPP ne timi kofa obi a wonye MP. Na nose mask. Ni ade na kwa kuginem se Sarado Asafo. Ye wie ya ne a wo hye nipa no straight ni ade na pie. E happen ye e wo parliament we mu. Mutaka ka che so mo be ye investigation. Ye hu ba bia sa investigation kokosi ye. Always they want to have their way, whether by crook, hook or by crook. Or person have one way. Impunity. They commit a crime with impunity and for biao and nobody can do anything. And in the court. And you want to be where we ho was ho police station was ho and the beko was baby. And to you can't do over to ultimate foco.
Silly.
Yeah, ultimate she. Who is bagging? That's how they think. Who is bagging? You can't stand our way. They'll push you over. No more. But one now kutam nano. And now we ya do na si for akasa won pene no. O mentimi twifa also. O mentimi antwa amfa also. Who feel say whatever they are saying you're right and say per standing order no. O mo de na superior over you are. O meti asa ma aye de oye. Tina na America no me say a day is coming obi abehu because the kind of games our mo play ho. Na e dey na chese o mo approve budget. O ma approve we because what the speaker are playing to the galleries of MPP majority. Because last week no more members best 5 no money ho. Until they were trying to buy time. And buy reporter
but onto we are media practitioner. My question me say, what is the big deal about whether they will approve or they shouldn't approve? I mean, if they don't approve it, how do we benefit from that as a country? How do we benefit?
And I say rules and regulations for fair play. And internet shemla edited to be biaho.
Sure.
Obi a con obi kobo boxing. And as a football game. Ne a channel obi on my channel. Shana ya shana ni nyani yao nemo me kwa fa so de share no officiating. Nana entokwa esi of football mu nyina. Yes. Entokwa esi of football mu nyina because say ni opponent no plays excellent football no washane ne ye ne ya na ntokwa esie e officiating pepepe se enene ya ochina adekro no aye because emra ne nsesan ye parliament is jene mra no ensesan ye
masa akasa ubeka ya reho
say
Bob akupena omo boy ya opponent no ball party ye che ye ball ye kotoko he de house for be boy a Bobie wo kumase a na de be ba de say ball ye say ye mani do na ntebiri asa be ba adano otufo didi adano ye bobo dia bre ye tisi pa ye che ball ye say house for zamran cry ball no ye mobio ada ya jufa wati am ye se da bi ya je penalty ye de se munye penalty ekotro ya fa amunde mai aye mo ni esi ball na adwo ye dem
I know Ashanti region is a land of possibilities so.
I know ye no kwa ne ball a reference si e bad ye hwede ade na keka kro oba mi na da na mira ho entre pa ba ye
but ebini officiating say yama kwaku dia Ghana mra no enim kwaku na enim atani enim ama emra na edi asimesi na eno na edi obenten enti parliament won one amusuma hihye mo standing orders.
No, but the point is if we don't approve it, how do we benefit as a country?
Na budget ya approve it for the past 7 years dey na enya film na dey na enya film what presented 7 budgets.
Okay, so at least now the executive and then call for any excuse.
Me budget anana ya approve of parliament sika ya allocate say a day kwakwa boama onni bia ti se me ne wo ene ye nana no ye ma me wo nkra se nwa ha omo no sika na koda
and I make say
but
so at least ya approve bia omo ni any excuse ya approve
Debi
inti ya
always ya approve ya sika de call mampani atena ene de ekọ pepe kura ma na sa abro so
and I make say ya approve ya or which they don't have any excuse. If we don't approve, then they'll come and tell the people, oh, me and yes, so because you approve.
Yeah, penisa.
Okay.
Because you say you approve. Oh yes. Nana penisa. Tobut. You approve budget. Budget. Parliament ya approve. Ena mwakwata e close to boot. Nana si ya approve you. Ya approve no close to boot.
It was even before we budget.
Yes. Yenya discussion and o approve ye. And the MPP has proven to us without the approvement of budget they can still do whatever they want to do. You can't do focal. And you don't give them the approval. Let them do whatever they want. Because what they say kwasha asia meskani asabe wiya. Eye ye say kerofrata ya nche dan tibi bia eba cathedral. Omunya approve wiye se pa na be huskede be ko cathedral. And so don't approve it. 7 years nie any approve budget di ama obani approve supplement any approve e dia na ode ye. Na se twamne kra me want afrimu na be ode. Baba budget na be ode. Na budget ye ko mo pre ho kra na dia na tuamu. Enye taxes nko a. Eto nko a enegumu. And as so you petrol car, we use diesel car crana and no betia what tax apart from your road where no crown. Who betia 100 Ghana cedis.
Nyanza chrono.
Yeah, but
they just want to tax and then so you bring the electric meanwhile the electric the industry is in there.
Yeah, but
assembly plant.
And Timamo approve it.
But then
no one from pay. That is it.
Ghanaians didn't give the NDC the numbers to say so they can reject.
That's because the fact of, like, budget interest, budget statement, and you automatically say so. Like as far as our prepare or budget statement, was here approve it.
Yes, of course, it's not.
And yes, I was here scrutinize it. Now me GDC minority or parliamentar last week almost says almost better bar or more cars or more objecting. They have reasons because some na quite trust I know more. I scrutinize a budget statement in a buy, no, or mark set a year committee members. I'm a marketness from mushroom, and one with your chimu, and no quotation some more yet a Kesatu forcing. It's a timorous budget to deserve a budget. I was a Ghana for a previdima, a kufa and a number.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Almost time, young.
Okay, so Brahma Ibrahim, you know Brahma Ibrahim. Was he Allah Bobu approved?
But it's not possible.
Bobu
NDC doesn't have the numbers. Let's be realistic.
They also don't have numbers.
Yes, but you see, they have more numbers than the NDC. Let's look. 138,
okay,
137.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
138, 137.
And all that 138, 137, you mean
yes, but as of now, they've almost whipped everybody in line. Him say, Way is in Canada for treatment. It's not new. As in North.
Yeah.
Say he's been in Canada, I think, for more than almost 2 months.
Now, almost so dear, no, I know that stretches on my way.
Oh, no, every crowd no money never.
So check from the reporter.
Reporter, no,
my friend say. So now no, a minister of chieftaincy.
So I'm saying here, I'm going to share ambulance move park you.
On friend say a room or something.
Don't find out from reporter and see a board, you know. So
even if he is not there, they still have one lead advantage because they just send this in Ibakunyo. In the way 137, 136.
Yeah.
First, no, it was a bit tight because now Ansah a bomb buga. But they see also what town.
Kojokum.
Okay.
Frank Kojokum.
Inti, the reality is, maybe a campaign into most of the people were outside. Maybe I mean anybody dream is not about the approval. They have the numbers. Say Anka Ghana for 2 baby my NDC here. Then you can say that they expect the NDC to be able to stop some of these things. But in this case, no, the reality is that MPP still has one advantage. Now, maybe I'm in any better dream is the speakers, because I'm even surprised there. And we are being a speaker is coming to start the program when you could start it in the morning. And as okay, you know, if you had an opportunity, wow, you know the rules already, and they've applied the rules, and the Supreme Court to the sense that once the people enter the house and they are counted per the rules, no people are counted, you know. More is it here? Their numbers to continue the debate. That was their own rule. Mm-hmm. So that is what the speaker should have done when he had the opportunity last week. And now I reject it. So that they can come and represent it. But at this point in time, he sure say, when the they were probably calling their people or waiting for them to come. That's it. Time no musu yempene ya say na mo numbers na one nim say bi mu ni ho. And you know we waste time just to make sure that nipa ba do it will be do ya then they will start agreeing say okay yan kin. So for the MPP to agree say okay near see yempene must speak an in yet because it's against the rules no. Ye peniswa. I must tell you that they know they have the numbers. It's still possible say be our ni numbers no but mudi bugeshe Takashi say be a bribi nipa no okay. And you see there have been a case where there have been allegations of the clerks counting people who were not present as present.
Yeah.
Internum point speaker no kwakwakan yo. Clerk Sebi if it's in the same mood na or who kojo azama obetimi aka kojo as kojo no aka na azama. So it's a bit tight when the NDC says oh yempini yeah a little bit difficult.
Okay, so it has been approved 138 yes, 136 no, 1 absent.
I told you. It means that they have they are doing a chance of money so money in
good. Say who say NDC minority. Say no.
Oh, that one there.
Say budget way ya approve it. And the taxes no more dey ba no. NDC for send him.
But that is how it has been.
Yes.
Always.
So it's good. No, you can't say good because at least Ghana for me say NDC for him. But now, what my problem was with more approval, as if the NDC can, in this instance, no reject it. No, it will pass. But then their position is
but
clear.
But there's a speaker, not speaker no or paper. So
last one, no? That's what he should have done.
Yeah, last week was the
so
time.
Sometimes you go kasa mumbu speaker now. Sometimes one kasa ball na betre. O pass na beche go ye be show. As I say speaker no. Wow kan.
Somebody now approve budget way. Enya majority. Eye bagbe. And now approve budget. It's true. Bagbe now approve budget way. Let's be on record. Bagbe. And now approve sa budget way. Because they didn't have the numbers last week.
Well, yeah, so
Bagbe to that edition. And we'll buy more time for them to be present and take back with now approve it. But NDC minority and sending Poncho Pilato was show among hands.
But remember back to Obama as a senior media practitioner. From the day I vote to my Honorable Aban Baben, what assessment is
it? I think there have been some pluses and minuses. Except that sometimes, expectation,
but you need to weigh the scale.
That's what I'm saying. Is that sometimes he's been vocal in trying to move certain things on a parliamentary front and Nyama. But sometimes where you expect, say, he will show strength. So, what was a no? He's his own man, or sometimes, what was a deal way because you belong to a party, you can't go and sit there and say, oh. I'm just a speaker. Why? I never go Oh yes, speaker.
Yeah.
All those people, I show you how to be ubuga, and I think that is where the failure is. Sometimes no on your opportunity now. I also find and if there's a disrespect for the MPP, it's also because he's not been able to assert himself in a way and conform expect it. So the mechanism, but overall, no, he's also pushed certain things. And maybe to our share numbers now. Our share numbers now. He looks at his limitation. I don't know.
Wow. Wow. Anyway, but my getting for comments quick across. Juliana Belinda Obri says now finally the budget has been approved. Okay, Richard Aquas is watching you live from Tadi. Bobie, you guys said you'll be coming to Takrade. And okay, so Richard, definitely. Let me do a note show says yes, Alban Babin was in America to visit Akufo-Addo. I think these are some of the allegations, you know.
As for meeting Akufo-Addo, why? They are no enemies. He is a Speaker of Parliament. And he is a president. They can meet anywhere. They can meet in Ghana. It doesn't mean say
meeting Kramunti Ghana, America, no some coin. Say
oh, but I don't want to work with it. The reason why is a massa. We speaker now we are firmer. In fact, there have been instances under Akufo where not under both Mills and Akufo. Sometimes the majority and the majority meet. They agree on certain principles. And so ba floor na abobuga. Oma pre we bill we support to. And to ba floor na abobuga. We all agree to this. It happens. So meeting with somebody doesn't mean say what our dream. You understand me? If you are meant to be strong-willed, you'll be strong-willed.
No, but if indeed it's true, say yes, meeting and yes, but any actions aftermath the meeting.
Yeah, so blame the person for his actions. It's not because if it's not accepted.
But the meeting could have probably influenced the actions.
Then it means you are a weak person.
This is a Akufo-Addo. This is a Akufo-Addo with me starve Parliament of funds. Sikakra was a release in the Parliament. No more dear Jumano. Because say more near the open to Akufo-Addo make me starve Parliament. Now back now move free Nyama on credit. Now the operating.
It's a sign of weakness. Look, on that score, let me tell you, I praise Akufo-Addo.
Why?
Why? He's playing his best strength. If you chose to be weak, you are weak. Leadership sometimes deserves leaders who are strong too. I thought it'd be a diplomacy matters, and you must have a balanced leader. Maybe I thought would be Buga. And that's why we're Buga too much or something. But if you make yourself weak, everybody will take advantage of you. So if parliamentarians choose, now executive about Mubuga, they've heard onto your budget, and then they come. When they come and talk sweet talk to you, then you pass, and you want me to be blaming the executive all the time. Parliament has a problem. Look, and it's not only Bagbin. Look, even the minority, as a group, and they are being look at the finance minister, and yet majority for the country is on resigning. Baby mine, oko IMF.
Shekoyokum.
So we can't tell
sorry. Shekoyokum. And I'm no kono. Shekoyokum. Ontimi nanti o.
So the can operate.
I'm the fa actually one. Shekoyokum.
I told you something remember.
Camera corrupt pa. Who's up the camera?
I saw him fast take that man. A man the crocran was woman said. Shekoyokum. I know I'm the no kono. Koyokum. Where you have anything?
Look, you go for a bomb or something.
No, Baba,
no, but it's something.
It's too
they
bad.
Are trying with somebody's life and these two is alive. Anyway, what do you want to say? So we can just say, no, my love, remember, I'm ambulance grabbing the fan. But it also tells you, say, they took this thing extremely serious. In the time now, Omo ka so mo prinya. They omo dem say bi mu nam kwan so ba.
Yeah.
A strategy. Intina because wo if you majority you also start the meeting early. Then can speaker if you have the numbers earlier. Now wo koroma. Say you know any wait why. That's where sometimes I have a problem with Parliament and the speaker on Nimbugabo. I know on Pebugabo.
Anyway, but yeah, hear the content of the budget. Now we have heard say Oma withdraw a restrictive bill no, and you know common aqua. Now there are some aspects beverages. Say 20% extra tax no is starting. The appeal 20% chassis. And the baby, patch of a baby. Almost say a tax 5%
across board.
Across board. Okay, so help us to deal with the content.
I think there's something I've come to admire about Kenufriata and in the budget every day. Yeah, me nim say we hu. Man people buy answer a very ready budget no. What happens in say who increases across board telco for omunya be tutu omunya mu before came back up. Check. Most major
to Ansah can parliament
before budget you will go and read the budget. Services, most services, they will start increasing it because the whole idea is to delink the budget from Sanyeme into the kind budget. Now in Kofa can say, hey, budget Eddie into Tumbua and into Tumbua like increase into Wabem into Wabem. You know, so there's a very deliberate look. I believe that they often engage those stakeholders behind the ground, background, and tell them, say, Charlie, proceed. Munkotum. That way, it takes the blame also of government. Kaise, for example, MTN increase their data rate just I think a week or so before.
Yes.
Yes. Who are you going to blame? Abai. Say MTN. But I say that increase will benefit Abai. Because Abai percentage of tax on that will also go high because of the increased rates. And a service Sebi or another industry Sebia in Kofu have become so used to say they can't do without. Inti akwakwa ese otumwa in Kofu be complaining maybe or metitisu kakra, but in the end they will still have to use data, they will still have to use the service. So government projections on ABR revenue in terms of taxes, revenue from MTN telcos, no, it will be it's a clever way of hiding it.
Yeah.
But it will increase. And I'm saying, would you share go through Ken's track record as a finance minister? That's been the practice.
In the idea of no almost one
it's just a matter of engaging in the background. That slow move. Change your project no more be proceed and do it. It's engagement, diplomacy, and I think that one also now because a smooth operator show white no,
yeah,
or what he says it is no,
or the kodo,
oh yeah, so it's for me. I'm not shocked about Neme Ekokokosu. As for budget details, need there, Maza. What will happen? What will happen? What will happen? It will happen. We are used to it. They will increase it. They say akpetechi kromu debate so. Akpetechi 20%. Akpetechi ba. Me sure say we crampo. Legalize and come to so.
No, but Akpates now more to know what is it?
It will reflect on the consumer.
But no, omo minim di abe
after Romu is a projection once it's approved.
No, but what do they want to achieve?
Revenue. All they are doing is about revenue. Scano taxes, nothing else.
To be a rem akonu abe.
Yeah.
What apetese anwa.
Yeah.
Auto also fuel.
Yeah.
Ngrawa wa de beye.
Fact ni account profit we are government news within 25 account. That's the meaning. Enti ejuma na wo ye no. So I can series now to government take as a mission be 20%.
And one person mo cut down bitters. Or more say bitters.
That is the reason.
I'm cut down bitters.
That is excuse. But the real reason is that Ghana wants to...
I'm to black label no account to mensa. I'm going to be bankrupt for a film. Any appetite for that benum.
Maza, government is just interested in raising revenue. Question of a fa, I'm raising revenue. No,
say to
you see, he doesn't want to cut down on expenditure.
So, Omeda said mahogany.
Omeda said. And then I was saying, you people say, who got talk my organ, who decide with this? And now drink no more. The point is that the product now be used with the Asha my organ, you know. Any tax at so.
Now, practice any ginger.
If the tax, for example, transport is affected, practice and your back of it will affect the transport. Once transport is affected, practice ginger, because the will pass on to the market. Sapeteshi, and I say whatever and say would be good cost raw. Ebe reflect into be as a one thought. My name says I thought to the way I turn.
Me away.
The way I can say we are. You, Mami Farisa.
Me said that
the point is, Omututu near anymore. Say a market. Wow, market now, Tony man. You can do a unim say. And I can say,
yeah.
Omu, GMJ, Saba, Bakuna, Poplar, someone.
It's a clean or something.
Clean.
Okay.
Clean. Any name and name. What them said they used to be 3.5 kilo per bag, and now at 2.5 for price I hear because more first of all you 5 free so, but they were selling it at the same price. So one say 2.5 because
and 25 kg rice no. They say 24. Do na 24.
I'm see listen I say clean soft.
Clean soft. And bakukura also you clean.
Yeah.
All those bags used to be 3.5 kilo. And then most of them are 2.5. Price also change 30. It's a way of making sure so they will survive. Because Sebi taxes need cost now go high. And the also to mean the human no wakaze human egu. Into or reduce the weight now. Otona. No I say increase the price to make up for the law. That is what will happen. And simple economics. Minister ni dia ni ani say. Ehia no ani say. Afi no the projections car no pay or taxes mo. Wenya. And I catch na and say Sebi. The expenditure in governance is so. Sika mu say onyema bebrebe unya te so. Omo mu flash government machinery. Sebi mu twetwe bebrebe ye hu adwuma mu ye. Ebi mu kwa wo ha Sebi. Omo adwuma mu ya ni say Facebook.
Yeah.
Oba ya nkofo Facebook. Ntu oye adwuma ni din
just need tego so.
Bebrebe. Enu anu adwuma mu ye. Ba mu dia kete. reduce those things, even if you're not going to create unemployment by not reducing those things, reduce the cost overheads in some way, they won't do it. But they want to be able to generate the same resources or more, so that Akwa say they are meeting their target. And the taxes in there and one of the better, because it's made it quite clear, say, no other means will do. As for Niamuso Mudiako, Omodia withdraw it, look, it was just a strategic means of controlling the market. And yes, Sabita Frache, to say, you my dear, import to import to
see, an idea was what you are talking.
And then I can say, I need now modify initial idea create monopoly for Sebi to groom a certain industry. Because what would have happened is I can next year. Now, who call ONDs in no MPP? I don't need no more. Yeah, we are. Or more, the committee ni minister and basis will be millionaires. Call him. How this country works, the corruption, the moment you create a bureaucracy in Kofu, they won't even have the time to go through everything. They don't say, oh, buy any say. And I don't need to say it. This week, I Papa B, or say, no, yeah, food be way. Or call as you go to your 20,000 years. Can you imagine? And I want to come home. What kind of British government reps are there?
Yeah. That white guy.
Yeah. And he's not the only person. And then, we've had it be repeated. So, how are you going to create a monopoly of a minister at this idea what you import in the country with millions, if not thousands, of importers? Look, yet me importer will be on the container baku or the bar. Obi also they are major importers. So all these people were going to go through the ministry and the minister. And all this is not meaning himself violates international rules and regulations. Be a journey. For example, on Nema Obet Timia attacks, they knew. And two people say a DNT na do more nim, and so now we on person here. So far as I'm concerned, it was just a revenue mobilization to create an industry. Within 1 year, no, the experts or the Omombe holding the industry, no, they would have decided and packaged them out. Until Uber revoke side, they would have been strong. Because they are in control of those sectors of the economy. That was what they wanted to do. Nothing else.
Already, why you're a system.
Exactly. Into a more system. Look, Emo, any city, you were about 5 or 6 companies that control.
Really?
Maza, Emo na whether a friend Kojo, Lele, Yayo, whatever, or more or to me, I say company are producing different products with different names to compete. It comes mostly through the same importers. That was what they wanted to create. And to me, sometimes if you have me see, look, the MPP shows that they are a party that focus on making their members, few of their members very rich and nothing else. It's not about OT say you can't be social policy beer and your money film. It's influenced more by where you see be card beer. No card, no. They've created a margins in Yama. And it's a public good. But there's a serious private benefit. That is what is happening. What's that?
Dr. Lawrence, friends of JDM.
Yeah.
Also 8 years, Enochre, so UK.
But the content of
Anna. Budget way. This is the government. I'm promising. I say we are going to move the economy from taxation to production. There's no single budget I could further buy since 7 years ni. On Marco Ridia, ye introduce new taxes and I said the existing ones, yen to me. One, ye can say customs and excise duty on sachet water, bottled water, malt drink, beer, wine, spirit, cigars, plastic product, textiles, a year juma. And the bronya ya ye remwa.
Say you 20%.
Yes. Bronya ya ye remwa. And ne date you saying and ne 7th.
Okay, so let's do this. Yamfan says bottled water. Me to Belaquano 25 cedis. Right? Okay, what the Yamfan say 25 cedis. You're increasing by 20%. 20% of 25 is
but it may not work that way.
Okay.
You see?
Educating.
It may not work that way. And you be behind the 20%.
Very reflective on it.
On you.
On me on consumer.
You directly.
Okay.
A bit for example, produce any bottled water for you. Or more should him so this 20% to so per bottle.
So they won't do it.
So what he would do is over spread it.
Okay.
On multiple. Instead of let's say 20% he will still achieve that 20%, but best spread it be a tray or a crate. What you say, and be a 25 no bottle say no. To say bottle say 20%, you won't get it because we are spreading that 20% onto pack. What you make an say?
Which means
okay,
which means one pack reflecting one pack have to say no.
Instead of let's say reflecting on a bottle like this, it may reflect on a pack.
Yes, I'm talking about the pack.
Yes.
That's the top pack, not 25 cedis.
Yeah.
Or let's say pack no, you are increasing by 20%. Definitely, auto individual bottle now auto the same 20% will reflect.
Because maybe top pack no, maybe
break it down across. It depends also on
wholesale for okay, or manufacturers.
Yes.
Medical manufacturer your turn pack number 25 cedis. And yes, you say you the 20% a better so. So 20% of 25 cedis, right? And or the better so. 20% of 25 cedis ASA.
That will be 4 cedi 50 pesos.
No, 20% of
20%
is 20. And
20%
or 25
Ghana cedis. But 10% 2 cedi 50 pesos.
Yeah.
So that will be 50 kind of 5 cedis.
5 cedis, right?
5 cedis. 10% of a year 25. And 2 cedi. 50 pesos.
Yeah.
So 20%.
So you are doing 5 cedis.
Yeah.
Yes, you are doing 5 cedis. Right?
Yeah.
And say me baba turn 30 cedis from the wholesale. Na me dia call the way me shop mu.
No da kugum na.
Na yi no 1
electricity no see betum.
Electricity no yatum. And lorry fare.
Automatically Ghana for pricing. Ghana for pricing.
Prices will go up.
Yes, Ghana for pricing. To say a bottle water near turn 3 cedis. A beko 3 cedis 50 pesos. Because Ghana need yes, on farm do 3 cedis 20 pesos. Or the beko 3 cedis 50 pesos.
Exactly.
Yes. But the point I'm also making is that sometimes where product
no crack ne say
you better to name yes,
that one
so don't work with the
but
the crack is a
better and you show na ya 3 cedis
the na me no manage one say come share the margins na be
margins no
very simple nana Ghana enim say sade 1 cedi near 2 mu a
you better to name
1 cedi 50
and they are natural and
they say 5 cedis are 2 mu a from 5 cedis 6 cedis
sorry pacho check edin bi Kwete Emmanuel Tete block ne mame say I joy daddy bitters 3 cedis so I sure say ko 6 cedis 1 tot block no ko onia
so offer saba ni sa aban no promises no one de Nyankopon daroma obe move Ghana's economy from taxation to production oba they say 35% payroll tax na na ba be adwuma 35% eno na nchen eye tax stamp no ejina mu den aya koso excise duty on owning a car and motorbikes and also na yeguso 22% of corporate tax on hotels tihoye
cars dey no ya boboni ye abobo ye nyina aka ho
okay I say si moto any car the praga nyina aka ho
unim mema time breaking it down
okay 22% corporate tax on hotels 22% corporate tax on hotels enti hotel for no is almost on year tum enti
onye profit
enti rooms no so nana yebetum
rooms no omotum short time na long time
whether short or full night omotum 15% increase in government fees and charges some kind
hold on short time no omoye no say
short time near
I tell you now
na short time near
ya dey minimum asem say minimum
so akoda ho just a day and a short time na 1 week
3 weeks
and every said 3 weeks I don't quite even say gra no 1.75 tax on the remittance bogafo and ne see atief we mutie so bi bufu sesi a no fa no phone say me twasa mo to $100 sesi a yeti
omo te say
omo eno ne ye boga charges ne say 1.75
omo friends say boga charges
boga charges say sika ifra bo chireba
remittance
yeah
in the remittance ne so omo
1.75% ne yeti tax
in the event say I said your budget mo gandin na jet so me send $300 amabo bi say and now on send me here some better
no once it's been approved today some will
jet mo ga men send o send your mo better to the men
open it that
MTN say o say o share telcos now some of them have already factored tax into the cost
yeah better o cost roba from yeah better to jet men send it o tani omo beti
mo send ni anwe
obi ba na dia
beti
o dia mana beti na me akoma I don't know 1.75% tax on bank transfers the more am transfer sika
1.75%
we transfer from bank we dey go even from your momo to your bank account and from bank account you pay this is the omodiaba
we new one
me cut taxes MPP buy or more introduce you any the oma tutum the current way yetua no na nchen 5% tax on companies omo declare losses waboka kra no kana waboka kra no 5%
me can we no we ye niam
MPP for taxes MPP for taxes the dia ba the order da
any foforo
yes omo dia ba
after dia no ye foforo
enti company no waboka kra no kana wabo no 5% wo be say tua e dia ma ba enti emusuo so waboka wa se mu o company collapse kra no kra asem afei profit before tax levy on companies a che say toy no say dey ba be ho a che say before kra be declare profit awanya na year no na no so toy ha obetua 25% increase on tax on gifts and gains so be charged and jet more gan say ma okay so bo no humusuo e dey say $300 ni tunu a na make say more no humusuo say see e be deduction 1.75%
wahu
eno na nchen 25% a gift
na chance ndi wahu na chance we dey
e pa chomu bia mo na mo humusuo
e congratulations dey di pa be di dia yi
ono ya di ma
di pa be di dia
3% and 10% withholding tax on assets and liabilities ano so ho asset we japade wo ho tax and afei kai source eno so betua ade aban dia ba Ghana for yetua 35% increase on income tax eno so income tax na yetua no na eno so atum. So the funny thing is say it could be say your employer wajuma wura na wafa akra na afini ontua woka but income tax na buy te one ya 2 mu a yebesa tew. That's the yetim wo Ghana no. 20% increase in tax on betting companies. 20% to any betting companies in the buy na te no. 20% we are na wofa kwadwo ya boa mo. Onya ye cash out to 10% ni asatiw.
Mempe wi atoko bia what.
Ni asatiw. And they say company ni asatiw wa we ne betting no. Now say atiw de waka ho. What to my di 36% increase in a unified petroleum price fund. And also so 35%. Yes, unified petroleum ya ka ho nsemi. Wo kofa petroleum product nko a taxes eguso no. Nana se ye liter 1 cedi 40 pesos ni ka se yi taxes ni nyina afi so a ye be liter be ye 6 to 7 Ghana cedis. But ni nyina eguso still. Ye da so de ka to enya de a eye adwuma. 40% increase in price stabilization and recovery levy. And also so eda ho. Ye tua ho to pepepe boss margin. Omu by 200%. Nobody is talking. We any budget here approving 11% increase in special petroleum tax. And also you buy MPP buy omu 11%. Esla na omu ka say eye nuisance tax. To omu ba no ba betwam no omu buy esla no e ade omu by 30%. Adia na was by this time according to Mahama Bank eje tuanka jiji kan nyina wie no ya tum 30% and no kra nansa ye said akwa kusi awowa age bosia ya de collateral akwaje bosia 50% increase in core tax omo de ba obekan ya Ghana fo ye dede no omo so omo hwan so e de afi honum luxury tax enso ye tax omo de ba ye abola cars nyina ebe ye luxury Ghana fo ye hu dede omo so mayi 2.5% increase in VAT and so mutumu ye ka say 18 pesos bia auto ye LPG gas no to bia no a kilo bia no 18 pesos ni eje wo 10 pesos ye de eye bola levy on a liter on petrol uto a liter petrol na diesel bia 10 pesos eye bola tax ye de ko 20 pesos on every liter in petrol and so ye je ni nyina eko aban ho 1% e levy e sha say na 1.5 and na Ghana for we dey almost say ade na emphasis on almost so dey about 1% and so omoche wo dey no to nche a 5% financial sector cleanup recovery levy. And so we say do agongo ya guni bank ya saso on sentia to na bank na aban na gunu no aban so abokanti ne sa tua to na mensamfa entemika se magu bank
mamenti we quick Ora Joseph Oben ye guta president Uncle Joe
boss
akwaba
ja will be
Uncle Joe say omanya approve ade no
Oma approve it.
Budget Oma approve. Guta minimum more raise so many issues. A young mobile boss ever ho. Eto say.
No, regarding the budget, the high empire, VAT, now it need to be restructured because VAT is that yes, our structure and the piano went to entry. So betty and now commencing for demonstration now busuka for say or more demonstration because the structure of the VAT is not helping compliance. And because VAT to a consumption tax. It will be our to be our Kumase market doom any Kajetia Obakra Okanshi Opera Square Cantamantonia will be out in the bottom scan will be a jadinin the dinisika kotia because consumers are not prepared to pay the VAT because of the structure. Because a 12 bakono ya wamo mutua 22%. That's the flat the standard rate. Almost the year cumulates to 22%. And wamo mutua flat rate of 4%. And wamo by virtue of threshold of 200,000 wamo the womutia 20 bikra ni now so legal any na you want the same space of trading. It is consumer also option to buy from any of them. It is they go to the person who doesn't charge the VAT as against those who are charging. And so what system is this? A say uniform. Now it will ensure good compliance. Now at the fairness every year and here no there ya travel petition ya travel ya the stakeholder input to court ya the SCA bia no to say oma and restructure a trona or my yenide and Ukraine. You can say a year down here, but there are other things that you can't get now, so we reduce taxes. And no one can the cost of doing business were high in Nano or more amphibia yetuma. But not be here in Cassia Pano and then can you V8 no. I know so no or man for Bibia yetuma. Yabaka so near to us. Na ZBC Aqua, a baby, ya trust about Ukraine, fa a hojo, any a hogono, GA reform. So I'm also by invigilation everywhere. So because the Toronto is saying, yeah, which we and for officers in Metrami, so certain snarts and we pull me pool, many to an abra consumer no any ready so between. And they should be ready for that.
Now, okay, so we know about a year VAT. Nyamiadum adeba kwana mu tia the restrictive bill na nka omode beto sichire mo any ade na afide but nyamiadum ye no oma withdraw
yes so ma withdraw because now dia ekobia no ebe ma ho kwan say we me kwa akokra ne ma me nko salad na me nko gina wo bi anim no hu me mobo no ma me permit. In this age and time of trade liberalization, it's a cake policy. Now, I didn't also also before Prawa, they see America say, when we say poultry products in Nano, or also more, it was our restriction. And so it didn't yield any the needed results. Because from 2013, there's our import restriction, or sector, by this time, expect me show up local productivity of poultry. Is that the case now? We still have a shortfall of demand of over 90%. What are we doing to ourselves? So it was not the panacea. There's no any solution. Sir, in local production akosro na ya turn by no ha it is be import substitution it is import substitution until now the restriction number it is the one part say 1% you be kra niam ni bio you share from within niam to niam no you share from within so one my data be say see you ja niam no kra nearby a city ni be ja bi ato ha as it say you produce 1 gram of sugar. Now, that's all the restriction, but we are what we are doing, is empty. Oh, you've put the restriction ahead of the objectives. That's a yarn. There's a woman go for abre. Say, you be yes, say what they put in here. This will see a bit me. I ensure and I am hands on local productivity. Now you're not by now. You can say now I am attractive. I am cost effective because we have to take to be free. So I'm also to me produce a ton. One for Ansah say no am now because of what the restriction. That's you are just you just want to destroy the local businesses, the effort that we are also doing because Obaya, Ghana henna, manufacturing for the Adibia Ghana hebia, thoughts consumers no na shortfall no yakwamanoni akwakofaba. Erinti ye play there you positive. Mo bia na da wo bia say importance ye duebo ye niama economy no. Ye mom ne eboa economy no. Sadia ma na ye kradezi enka ma enka manfo beto mo pega. Prices are enka amanfo beto to niama mu because we enjoy monopoly. The young crowd no to our factory bakubia wo pe bia top house budget cheat. What kind of those days near the cheat in the tournament? What can with my dientia ya do more a champ on time no mo ka se fa to be golf. What kind of golf na no mo koje. Sometimes na your permit. Na nyama be on my ya to koje cheat. Wo kopa ade bisment ato wo kopa ade ato you GMT no to kawa. Near free cheat system.
End over. Enka weno ka omo baba chaskele ni bio mebwa omo be dwam
it wo bo say wo connected no wo manya na wo to ade na wo dum say even name ka no obi timi kwaje contract no abeton one businessman na one contractor so timi nya contract enka sana enka beba ka sana beba it had na to ade in the free a dispensation under a liberalized economy. Now me ya kwafalai ni akwaje ebiku abso bosome miensa pra na obi discretion keke no amfa ne discretion ma wo permit ni bi. That's the Juba na abegu no. It was the Emma so say me ya for say ya attain self sufficiency. Ya yensa aso ya chi adware na ya say ya beba ndi ade na e do mo bande kra ya precise wo beka say yenkosala ankoje permit. E ye for Nigeria for ni yesua o ma ya de reference no. Nigeria Ansah na Nigeria ka so beba ni rice no importation no. Now woman attain self sufficiency of about 85%. Okay. Now kakuma bi person o madu ho. And we hold the bull by the horn. And we close to our borders in and we to me at 10 years. It was sorry now what the Nigeria, yes, and Nigeria, a person we have been close here. Also, you can't be a data of what you are able to attain so far. You don't have the data. That's not idea where you're the Nina Sobia.
Over. And come away, message about office na yedim come away ye.
Bobie bra o kwa besa mi atebra
matofa
ye ni nkobo wa
matofa meba
me da se enti ya di fo no bia enfana komanto ne yem nya dia ye be ma sa mre no asa ba bio se ye kwaje permit ene on keka ho now I will be ya creating monopoly ya ma company ba ku bia won workers ba be 50 dia dia say ya force you am the apparel and clothing account. Just imagine, force na yadi bana amount for to hope you know. When we say force materials no mo de bano, several as raw materials ma tailors bebre, editing stresses bebre, ni fashion designers. One go to materials ni bebre no ma be pimpa do okra na dey a full piece of clothes. It is positive. And I say with the whole West African hub no